Chapter 1499. This well was squarish on the outside, it was squarish on all sides. The inside of the well was round, perfectly round. Squarish on the outside, round on the inside. City well. Feng Yuan thought about it for a long time. He placed City well in mini central continent, after Dang Han Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. This was the fourth secluded domain of heaven and earth that Feng Yuan obtained. Since ancient times, the number of Gu immortals who could obtain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth could be counted on one hand. City well was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. It was once the territory of Miniman. Right now, the small town and city well was destroyed by Feng Yuan. Minuscule mountain that was inside City well was also separated from City well. It was destroyed in northern plains. However, the City well that Feng Yuan obtained was not empty. There were a large number of blessed lands in it. The owners of these immortal apertures were killed by Feng Yuan using City well. They died with regrets. During the process of immortal apertures forming blessed lands, they needed to absorb large amounts of heaven and earth chi from the outside world. They needed to open their immortal aperture entrances to communicate with the outside world. Feng Yuan had already used this chance to explore these blessed lands. Without a land spirit, he had already plundered all the blessed lands that could be plundered. The remaining blessed lands still had a large amount of cultivation resources. Feng Yuan did not use force back then. Now that I have Bloodlight Spirit Suppression Killer move, I can suppress these land spirits. But without the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, I cannot enter. Right now, these immortal apertures had their entrances shut. Feng Yuan could not enter them. If I annex all these immortal apertures and take all the resources, my Tao marks will increase by a lot. The development of my immortal aperture will also increase. This was a huge piece of meat. Feng Yuan could not eat it yet, but it was already in his bowl. There was little chance of it being taken away. Feng Yuan was not worried. Other than these blessed lands, City Well's huge value cannot be ignored. With City Well, Feng Yuan could directly raise variant humans, or even pure humans. This was a very good thing. In the Gu immortal world, the management of the immortal aperture was divided into 7 levels. First layer, construct mortal resources, produce mortal Gu and mortal Gu materials. The second layer was to construct immortal resources to produce immortal materials that could feed immortal Gu. The third level was to raise immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a cycle of life. The fourth level was to use the produced immortal materials to trade with each other and earn profits. At the fifth layer, the immortal aperture could produce immortal Gu naturally. The sixth layer raised variant humans and humans to produce Gu immortals. The seventh layer produced lifespan Gu. These 7 levels progressing one by one, with a summary of the experiences of the Gu immortal world since ancient times. Up until now, it had already become one of the golden rules of Gu immortal cultivation. It was not that Gu immortals could not raise variant humans or humans when they started developing their immortal aperture, but if they forcefully did so, the results would be minuscule. They might even waste their own foundation. These 7 levels were progressing step by step. It was the result of countless generations of elites in the Gu immortal world. If he followed these steps, his immortal aperture would be very stable and healthy. Feng Yuan was currently at the 3rd and 4th layer. He was still far from the 5th layer. But now that he had City Well, he could directly skip the 5th layer and proceed to the 6th layer. City Well could help Gu immortals skip levels. It was very convenient to raise variant humans, or even humans. What were the benefits of raising variant humans or humans? There were too many benefits. Every variant human race had their own unique resources. For example, the Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and Snow Lotus Essence, Rockman tribe's Rock Dragon, Featherman tribe's Freedom Gu, and so on. If these resources were to be used as industries, they would have huge profits in the current market. Other than these unique resources, there was another common resource. That was human chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi. The balance of the three chi was crucial for Gu immortal ascension. During the process of immortal ascension, the more human chi there was, the deeper the foundation of the Gu master, the better the quality of the immortal aperture. After becoming a Gu immortal, human chi was much less useful. Gu immortals needed heaven and earth chi to replenish their immortal aperture every once in a while, to stabilize their immortal aperture. But human chi was not useless. In fact, it was the opposite. Human chi was very important to Gu immortals. But the method to use human chi was lost long ago. Chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. It had flourished for a period of time, but now it had withered. Right now, human chi was a Gu material that had many uses, especially some chi path Gu immortals. They had rare methods to use human chi. But now, these chi path Gu immortals were even rarer. Regardless of whether it was raising mutants or humans, they could accumulate human chi. The more variant humans and humans there were, the more elites there were, and the more human chi there would be. Of course, under the same situation, a variant human's human chi would be lower than a pure human's. Other than human chi, there were also many high-grade immortal materials that would be produced by variant humans and humans. For example, door wind. This was a rank 7 immortal material that did not grow in deep mountains or forests, or in the sky of great swamps, but on the doors of mortals. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortals' doors could not close, they could only open and close continuously. Such a special immortal material could not be found in nature without any human presence. And in shadow sex inheritances, there is another saying: the more human chi one accumulates, the more they can comprehend the profundities of human path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Human path. This was a path created by Renzu. Throughout history, some rank 8 great experts and even rank 9 venerables would comprehend the legends of Renzu in their lives. They would more or less comprehend the profundities of human path. For example, Giant Sun Immortal had some insights from the legends of Renzu. He created all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. Another example was Southern Border's Chai clan's ancestor, Chai Fu. He comprehended a human path killer move from the legends of Renzu in his later years, establishing Chai clan's foundation as a super force. There were many such examples. I will not mention them one by one. In my situation, if I directly raise humans and variant humans, it would only destroy the environment of my immortal aperture. I would have to work hard and expend my foundation. But with City Well, I can raise them here and isolate them. They will not interfere with my immortal aperture development. And raising variant humans and humans in City Well has a special environment. I can get twice the result with half the effort. Forget about humans. They have high intelligence and expend a lot of resources. Right now, I should choose one of the variant humans and raise them. In the Gu world, there were 10 great variant human races. They were Hairy Man, Rockman, Snowman, Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Beastman, Miniman, and Mushroom-Man. Each of them had their own special advantages. Which one should I choose? Fang Yuan had not decided yet. There was only one City Well. It was best to only choose one variant human to raise, because there was a huge difference in the living habits of each variant human race. Taking care of them at the same time would only cause him to lose sight of them. Let's exclude Beastmen first. They are already extinct. Hairy Men? I do need hairy men to help me refine Gu. Rockmen. I raised a batch of rockmen before, and I have Guts Gu. It is very helpful for raising rockmen. Snowman is also good. I am the son-in-law of the Snowman tribe now. I have their support. As for Mini-Man, they're very suitable for City Well. I need Mini-Man to help me grow immortal plants when I manage my immortal aperture. There are also Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Mushroom-Man. If I choose any of them, there will be huge benefits. Fang Yuan thought deeply along the way. Even when he reached his destination, he had not come to a conclusion. This problem was not urgent, because even if Fang Yuan thought it through, he did not have the funds to carry out this plan. The amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand was rather low, but fortunately he had a lot of red date immortal essence, even though he had fought with Yu Chan and Qin Bai not long ago. This was because after the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow returned to normal, Fang Yuan had even used time path methods to raise it. Originally it was 1 to 60 in the outside world, but now it was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan's efficiency in accumulating red date immortal essence rose by a large margin. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I obtained City Well and even killed Yu Chan. In terms of dragonfish business, I am unrivaled. It is almost certain that I will be making huge profits every day. As long as I continue to sell dragonfish, the problem of funds will be solved soon. The important thing now is thieving heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan thought as he descended the cloud, landing on the desert. A Gu immortal was already standing on the scorching sand. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, saying, "Tang Fang Ming greets Lord Fang Yuan." Chapter 1500. Fang Yuan met Tang Fang Ming again. This person was not simple. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he shone brightly during the 5 regions chaotic war. He was known as Western Desert's Ma Hongyan. Of course, after Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance, he knew even more. In the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable successfully revived and obtained sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He hid in Celestial Court and secretly supported the forces of the 5 regions, plotting against the world. Ma Hongyan's rise was manipulated by Shadow Sect from behind the scenes. Tang Fang Ming and Tang Clan's rise was also pushed by Shadow Sect in the dark. Don't think that Celestial Court is lacking manpower now. It seems to be lacking in resources. Once the Dream Realms appear and the 5 regions chaotic war begins, all sorts of people will awaken in Celestial Court, shocking the world. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Even Shadow Sect could not go against it. Fang Yuan understood why Shadow Sect had to do this. He had to continue the path of Shadow Sect now. Ma Hongyan was killed by him, but Tang Clan was still around. He had to support them. Fang Yuan had made this decision long ago. Back then, when he contacted and cooperated with Tang Clan, it was not because he wanted to use a tributary of the River of Time to leave the River of Time. He truly wanted to cooperate with them. Celestial Court was actively plotting against the changes of the era. Yu Chan and Qin Bai were pawns that Fairy Myrtle wanted to manipulate. Fang Yuan had to get rid of these 2 people, not only for the dragonfish business's profits, but also for the future. To fight against a huge force like Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to expand his horizons. He had to control the 5 regions and the world. Tang Fang Ming was overjoyed at Fang Yuan's arrival. Fang Yuan had left Western Desert to escape. Tang Fang Ming did not expect Fang Yuan to return so quickly. "Bring me to thieving heaven's dream realm." Fang Yuan went straight to the point. "Lord Fang Yuan is swift and decisive. This one admires you greatly. Please follow me." Tang Fang Ming immediately led the way. After flying for a while, the 2 of them arrived in the sky above an unremarkable desert. Tang Fang Ming slowly came to a stop and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky, and immortal chi flowed out in all directions. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. He had deep foundations. Seeing this immortal formation, his eyes shined as he praised, "What a great immortal Gu formation!" This immortal array's concealment skills were quite good. Even though Fang Yuan was constantly using his investigative methods, he still couldn't find any clues. "Sir Fang Yuan, this way, please." Tang Fang Ming was the first to enter the crack. Fang Yuan followed closely behind without hesitation. After entering, Fang Yuan found that the space created by the immortal array was like a field. His vision was very wide. The field was covered in green grass, And what attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the thieving heaven dream realm at the center of the field. Thieving heaven's dream realm was huge. It was like a mountain. It let out a blue eerie light that illuminated the entire formation path space. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but this thieving heaven dream realm appeared in advance. After Tang Clan found it, they hid it and researched it secretly. Even though Tang Clan had obtained this peerless treasure, they were poor in the dream path, and it was difficult to establish it. Their progress had been very slow, and this progress was mostly due to Tang Fangming's talent and ability. Even so, Tang Fangming had almost died in this dream. If his sister Tang Miao had not given up a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance and asked White Sea Shadowa for help, Tang Fangming would have died long ago. And White Sea Shadowa's true identity was one of spectral soul demon Venerable's split souls. During the battle of Tian Mountain, he led Western Desert Shadow sect members to fight, but they all died in battle. Fang Yuan did not mention White Sea Shadowa to Tang Clan. The clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance that Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was not Fang Yuan's focus now. Fang Yuan's attention was on the huge, thieving heaven dream realm. This dreamland that shone with a magnificent blue light was extremely dangerous because it contained the will of the heavens. Providence could corrode dream realms. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly in Southern Border's dream realm. Back then, in the dream realm of Starry Sky, Grotto Heaven's fragment world, he encountered Providence directly. Providence used star constellation Immortal Venerable's image to guide him, allowing him to barely defeat Spectral Soul in the battle of Tian Mountain. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. An old demon like Fang Yuan remembered this bloody lesson deeply. Once a dream realm is exposed for too long, it will be corroded by Providence. Southern Border's dream realm is like this. Western Desert's thieving heaven dream realm has been exposed for an even longer time. It will definitely be completely corroded by Providence. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. If it were in the past, I would definitely avoid it, but now, hee. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he stretched out his hand, aiming at thieving heaven's dream realm. Immortal energy surged. Fang Yuan's body rippled with a layer of gray-white light. His palms were no exception. They were completely covered by the gray-white light. Fang Yuan took a step forward, letting his hands approach the dream realm. Eventually, the gray-white light touched thieving heaven's dream realm, but Fang Yuan's hands were still a small distance away from the dream realm. There was no physical contact. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, not the pure dream reality seeker physique. Once there was physical contact, his soul would fall into the dream realm. Thus he was very careful. And that gray-white light was like flowing water, silently permeating into the eerie blue, thieving heaven dream realm. The gray-white light continued to permeate, with Fang Yuan's hands as the center. A gray-white light started to spread in all directions. This phenomenon lasted for a while. It was like the base of the eerie blue dream realm was dyed with a gray-white light. The area of the light continued to expand. Tang Fangming watched quietly from the side. He could not see anything, but he could tell that this was an immortal killer move. Lord Fang Yuan is truly amazing. He has already developed an immortal killer move that targets dream realms. Compared to him, I have only created a few dream path mortal go. There is truly always someone stronger. Tang Fangming felt admiration. He also felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable. Fang Yuan was expressionless, but he was feeling uneasy inwardly. The immortal killer move he was using was Heaven's Will Dissipation. Even though it was not the first time he used it, it was the first time he used it on a dream realm. Heaven's Will Dissipation used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It could eliminate Providence. Fang Yuan had used it on Spring Autumn Cicada before. Now that he used it on the dream realm, he wondered what the effect would be. Time passed slowly, and the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed just like that. The gray-white light had already expanded to a huge extent, not only on the surface, but also inside Thieving Heaven's dream realm. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was as large as a mountain, but 1/10 of it was already covered in the gray-white light. Just when Tang Fongming thought that the grayish-white spot of light would gradually expand, the edge of the spot of light stopped expanding. At the same time, colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white spot of light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs increased rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon there were thousands of them. After dozens of breaths of time, there were millions of colorful eyeballs. They were filled with gray-white light, not only on the surface of the light, but also inside the light. There were eyeballs flickering. It's effective. Fong Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. Tang Fongming could not sense the fluctuations in his heart. The colorful eyeballs continued to flicker. Fong Yuan's red date immortal essence was expended at a terrifying rate. Providence in Thieving Heaven's dream realm was also destroyed. The colorful eyeballs blinked a few times before vanishing, but at the same time new eyeballs appeared. Providence was rapidly destroyed. After a while, there was no longer a trace of Providence left in the gray-white light. At this time, the gray-white light continued to expand. The colorful eyeballs moved rapidly, attacking from behind. This time, Fong Yuan used Heaven's will dissipation for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, there was no longer any Providence left in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fong Yuan continued to use the killer move, causing the surface of Thieving Heaven's dream realm to be covered in a layer of gray-white light. This way, as long as Providence continued to erode, colorful eyeballs would appear in the gray-white light and destroy Providence. At this point, Thieving Heaven's dream realm was safe. Chapter 1501. Genius 1 Second, remember if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ing Wu Xie, Hei Lulan, White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin all came out of Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Loved go small, say Nekka next. I will explore the dream realm personally. Fong Yuan turned around and said to Tang Fongming. Tang Fongming's heart shook. He understood the meaning behind Fong Yuan's words. He smiled bitterly. Fairies, please follow me. This immortal goo formation protected Thieving Heaven's dream realm. It was originally controlled by Tang Fongming. But next, Tang Fongming gave up a portion of his authority to the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, letting them control this immortal formation together with him. This was one of the contents of the alliance agreement between Fong Yuan and Tang Clan. When Fong Yuan explored the dream realm, his soul would leave and enter the dream realm. His body would lack protection. At this time, it would naturally be dangerous. Thus, Fong Yuan brought out the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. They would protect Fong Yuan when the time came. This immortal goo formation could not be left to outsiders. Thus, the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals interfered and divided the control of this immortal formation. This way, be it the Shadow Sect members or Tang Clan, they could keep each other in check. It would be hard for either side to do anything to Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan's way of doing things was flawless. After the immortal formation fell into Shadow Sect's control, he left his main body soul and entered Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fongming's eyes did not blink as he watched with rapt attention. This is the truly crucial method. His breathing had even quickened, and his mind was filled with the desire to find out the truth. But just by looking at it, how could she see the crucial technique of Fong Yuan's dream path exploration? Where is this? Fong Yuan entered the dream. His vision changed. Love, go small, say Nekka. He discovered that he had transformed into a young boy and was living in a shabby tent. The furnishings in the tent were very simple, with only a tattered blanket. As the wind blew, the tent made a whistling sound, and a chill poured into the tent. Fong Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted. and he saw a hole in the corner of the tent. Even the tent was broken. What a despicable fellow! Not only did he beat me up, he even tore open my tent. The youth that Fang Yuan had transformed into gritted his teeth as he angrily muttered to himself. Then the young man lowered his head and checked the injuries on his body. As a result, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw the ragged clothes on himself. He was very poor, and his chest and arms were bruised. The youth stretched out his hand and touched a few of the wounds. Waves of pain were transmitted to Fang Yuan's heart. To think that I, the great Ben-Jizhen, somehow came to this world, grew up again, and actually fell to the point of being bullied and humiliated by a bunch of youths. That's enough. This world is too much. People control goo worms to obtain all kinds of strange powers. It's like a nightmare. Sigh, if it was really a dream, why have I not woken up after more than 10 years? Fang Yuan heard the young man muttering to himself, and his heart shook. He knew many secrets. Thieving Heaven demon, Venerable, was an otherworldly demon. He had transmigrated from another world like him. Thieving Heaven demon, Venerable's original name is Ben-Jizhen. This means that I have temporarily transformed into Thieving Heaven demon, Venerable, after entering the dream. But he is still a mortal youngster now. He has not started his goo cultivation journey. Fang Yuan immediately understood. At this time, young Thieving Heaven muttered to himself. But fortunately, tonight is the day the tribe opens the sacred land. As long as I enter the sacred land, I will be able to open my aperture and cultivate, grasping the power of a goo master. Sigh, I hope this power can allow me to leave this place and return to my homeland again. Young Thieving Heaven said this as he endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he stood up and walked out of the tent's curtains. Fang Yuan was like a will that was attached to young Thieving Heaven. He could only watch from the side and could not manipulate young Thieving Heaven. This situation was rare even for Fang Yuan. After trying all his methods, but to no avail, Fang Yuan could only continue to watch from the side and let the dream realm develop. Young Thieving Heaven left his tent and went outside. Immediately, a map of an oasis under the moon entered Fang Yuan's vision. Under the night sky, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its pure white moonlight shrouded the entire oasis. This oasis was very small. There was a pond at the center, and many tents were stationed around the pond. These tents were of different sizes and colors. Most were gray and white, while a few were yellow, gold, and purple. These colored tents were generally very big, showing the superior social status of the tent owner. Young Thieving Heaven looked around in envy before turning around to look at his own tent. His tent was small and ugly. Black stains covered the surface of the tent. There were even holes that led in the cold wind of the night. Young Thieving Heaven frowned, a proud look flashing in his eyes as he snorted. After tonight, I will no longer need to stay in such a shabby place. With that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the tent. Along the way, youngsters came out of their tents from time to time. They had solemn expressions, not daring to speak a word. Tonight was the most important, most solemn, and most sacred moment of their lives. According to Western deserts customs, the youngsters had to be respectful and speak sparingly. If anyone spoke too much or cried, they would lose their composure and would be severely punished by the clan. In serious cases, they might even be exiled. Once they were exiled, mortal youths would basically die. The severity of the punishment could be seen clearly. More and more youngsters walked towards the center of the oasis, gradually forming a stream of people. Along the way, young Thieving Heaven naturally met the people of the same age who were beating him up. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that they were all tall and strong. Their physiques were much larger than the surrounding youngsters. Their clothes were also very expensive, showing that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These people also saw young Thieving Heaven. Although they did not dare to speak, their fierce and provocative gazes were unmistakable. Young Thieving Heaven snorted without fear. Both sides walked while glaring at each other, arriving at the pond at the center of the oasis. Beside the pond were dense reeds. The white reeds were blooming with flowers, swaying leisurely in the night wind. The moonlight was like clear water sprinkling down. Wild hope goo were among the reeds, flickering constantly. There were a lot of them. This not only made Fang Yuan recall the scene of awakening his aperture on Qingmao Mountain. Although Western deserts' customs were different from southern borders, they were essentially using hope goo to awaken their apertures. They could be said to be mostly similar. One by one, the youngsters walked into the reed thicket, startling wild hope goo into the air. They opened their apertures one after another, each with their own worries and sorrows. For most mortals, the aptitude of their aperture was related to their lifetime achievements. But different from southern borders, lively atmosphere, Western deserts' atmosphere was quite solemn from start to finish. Even if someone was feeling great sorrow or joy, they had to forcefully restrain themselves, making their faces twist and tears flow silently, forcing themselves not to make a sound. Soon, it was young Thieving Heaven's turn. He was already impatient the moment he was allowed. He immediately rushed into the reeds. However, the aptitude that he tested was the worst, the 4th grade. D-grade aptitude Goo Masters could only store 20 to 30% of their primeval essence in their aperture. Most Goo Masters could only have rank 1 cultivation. Very few could reach rank 2. Goo Masters with this kind of aptitude simply had no potential or future. D-grade aptitude Goo Masters could basically be determined to be at the bottom of the Goo Master world for the rest of their lives. How can this be? How can I have D-grade aptitude? Young Thieving Heaven shouted on the spot. Shut up! The clan's Goo Master, who was monitoring the situation, immediately moved, capturing young Thieving Heaven and sealing his mouth. Young Thieving Heaven struggled with all his might. The clan's Goo Master snorted coldly and chopped with his palm. Young Thieving Heaven immediately fainted. Fang Yuan's vision also fell into darkness. He found that he could not do anything. Even Unravel Dream had no effect. The larger the dream realm, the stronger the binding force. However, Unravel Dream has no effect. It should be because this dream realm I am in is rather special. Fang Yuan guessed inwardly. He tried for a while, but there was no effect. He could only wait patiently. Chapter 1502. Genius 1 Second Remember Love? Go. Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Fang Yuan's soul was suffering in the darkness. This darkness actually had an extraordinary melting power against a soul. This was something Fang Yuan had never encountered when exploring dream realms before. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was already extraordinary. It was at the level of 10 million man soul. He could completely endure the melting of the dream realm soul. Time in the dream realm was hard to calculate. Fang Yuan felt like he had waited for a long time before he saw a white speck of light appear in the vast darkness. The speck of light extended into a white ray of light. The ray of light was pulled apart. The light burst out and filled Fang Yuan's vision. Young Thieving Heaven gradually woke up. It turned out that the white ray of light was the scorching sunlight. Young Thieving Heaven quickly covered his eyes with his palms. Why am I here? He soon found that he was lying on the desert. Night had passed. It was noon now. Young Thieving Heaven's doubts did not continue, because soon he obtained a piece of information from his mind. This information was left behind by a Goo Master in the tribe. The content was, Young Thieving Heaven violated the tribe rules in the sacred scripture. He was exiled as punishment. But because he was young and ignorant, as long as he could stay in this desert for 3 days and 3 nights, then rush back to the tribe's habitat, he would be accepted by the tribe again and continue living. Damn it! After understanding, Young Thieving Heaven cursed, spittle flying everywhere. I only complained a little, and you chased me out. This is child abuse, disregarding human life. You scoundrels! I curse all of you." Young thieving Heaven raised his middle finger, but found that he did not know where to point it. He did not know the direction of the tribe's habitat. He did not know anything. This discovery immediately made young thieving Heaven feel discouraged. He slumped onto the sand. "What should I do? Although I just became a goo master, I don't have a single goo worm. I don't even have a water bag or food. Once night falls, I will freeze to death without warm clothes or a tent to shelter me from the wind. No, I must survive. Survive in this damned world, then find a way to go home." Young thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with flames. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt his body relax, as if an invisible shackle had suddenly disappeared. He moved his limbs. Young thieving Heaven also moved his limbs. "Oh, you can control it now? It seems that they want me to replace young thieving Heaven and survive in this desert." Fang Yuan immediately understood. Fang Yuan had many experiences of struggling to survive in desperate situations, but at this moment he was also in a dilemma. There was only one reason. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Young thieving Heaven had nothing on him, only 20 to 30% of his green copper primeval essence, and not a single mortal goo. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to survive in the desert. For the race to exile him like this, it's like they want him to die. No, more accurately, he is looking down on this goo master. Normally speaking, every goo master should be treasured. But when Fang Yuan thought about the scene he had seen earlier, he found the reason. The tribe that thieving Heaven lived in during his childhood was not strong and did not occupy many resources. Thus, even if they have goo master seeds, they need to nurture the best. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He found that this was of no help to the difficulty he was about to face. He looked around. It was a boundless desert. There was not even a trace of greenery. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan used his method, but after waiting for a long time, there was no effect. This trump card that had helped Fang Yuan many times and could be said to have been successful was actually being restricted in thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan heaved a heavy sigh. "It seems I can only gamble on my luck." He casually chose a direction and started to move. A day and a half later in the dream, Fang Yuan did not encounter anything and died of thirst along the way. This time, Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He was forced to leave the dream realm. He failed to explore the dream realm. His soul was heavily injured and returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. He quickly used Guts Goo to heal his soul. Guts Goo! Tang Fangming, who was at the side, immediately showed an envious expression. He looked on anxiously as Fang Yuan used Guts Goo after Guts Goo, quickly recovering his soul. Guts Goo were the best supplementary goo worm for exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan regrouped and left his soul, entering thieving Heaven's dream realm. He arrived at the desert in the dream again. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, choosing the opposite direction from before and trying to move forward. After walking for a day, there was still nothing. Fang Yuan was tired and thirsty. His body was reaching its limit. If thieving Heaven encountered the same situation as me in history, he would not be able to survive on his own. He would have to rely on external help, that is, fortuitous encounters. This means that there is a direction here where I can encounter fortuitous encounters. But my luck was not good. I did not encounter any. This round also seems to test the explorer's luck. Unfortunately, my luck path methods are useless in the dream realm. Unless I combine dream path and luck path and research a dream luck type killer move or immortal goo, it will not have any effect. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. His second exploration also ended in failure. After resting, he continued for the third time. This time, he chose a different direction. Not long after, he came across a pit. This was a pit of quicksand. Fang Yuan was trapped inside and could not get out. "I'm going to die again." Fang Yuan was depressed. He could only watch as the quicksand swallowed him. But out of his expectations, when the quicksand was about to reach his head, the quicksand suddenly spurted out like a fountain, sending Fong Yuan flying into the sky. After Fong Yuan landed, the quicksand pit had turned into a round hole. Cold air was constantly spurting out. The cold air was very comfortable. It was like a cool breeze. There's hope. Fong Yuan quickly got close to the edge of the round hole. Soon he saw flying fishes that looked like they were made of silver flew out from the cold air. These were not small fishes. They were mortal goo, cool wind. Fong Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to subdue these mortal goo. But cool wind goo was extremely fast. It ignored Fong Yuan. At the edge of the round hole, cold air spurted out, pushing Fong Yuan away. Fong Yuan had little strength. He was hungry. He could not get close to the edge of the round hole and touch these cool wind goo. But Fong Yuan was not discouraged. He waited patiently. Not long after, he found a chance. A cool wind goo seemed to have been injured when it collided with its companions. It fell to the ground and escaped from the cold air, leaving the edge of the round hole. Fong Yuan quickly pounced and grabbed this cool wind goo. But in his excitement, he pinched it to death. Fong Yuan was speechless. He could only wait again. Soon he found another chance. This time, 2 cool wind goo fell. But before Fong Yuan could catch them, they flew up again, fusing into the cold wind. Fong Yuan sighed. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if I use Unravel Dream again at this time? He used Unravel Dream again, and almost at the next moment he saw an effect. A cool wind goo fell. Fong Yuan picked it up, but before he could refine it, a second cool wind goo fell. It was heavily injured. It flapped its fins but could not fly up. Fong Yuan leisurely caught them and spent some effort to refine these 2 cool wind goo. When the cool wind disappeared, this group of wild cool wind goo flew into the sky, leaving Fong Yuan's vision. Fong Yuan already had 5 cool wind goo in his aperture. I finally have some methods. Although it did not solve the problem of survival, this was undoubtedly a good sign. Most importantly, this quicksand pit showed that Fong Yuan's choice was correct. There was also a discovery that raised Fong Yuan's morale. Unravel Dream was not ineffective. It only had to be used in the right place in this thieving heaven dream realm to have any effect. Fong Yuan followed this quicksand pit and continued to move forward. Not long ago, he encountered an oasis. There was a well in the oasis. There was a group of wild beasts guarding the well, and the leader of the wild beasts had a mortal goo on it. Fong Yuan was energized. He relied on the 5 cool wind goo to fight with these wild beasts. Eventually, he used the terrain and tricks to exterminate these wild beasts. He even subdued the wild goo worm on the leader of the wild beasts. This was a poison path goo worm. It was in the shape of a scorpion. The battle was over. Fong Yuan quickly went to the well. The result was disappointing. This was a dry well. But it did not matter. The corpses of these wild beasts were precious food. Fong Yuan drank the blood of the wild beasts and ate a few pieces of meat to fill his stomach. Next, he collected the stomach pouches of the wild beasts and tried to collect as much blood as possible. He also tore out many pieces of the wild beast's flesh and used the intestines of the wild beasts to tie them to his body. At this time, night had already descended in the dream realm. The temperature of the desert was falling rapidly. Fong Yuan had a countermeasure. He was not flustered. He first held the beast's skin and bones in his hands. Then he went to the mouth of the dry well and built up the beast's bones, before using the beast's skin to cover them. These beast skins also had greasy fat on them. They were quite warm. After arranging the beast bones and beast skin, Fong Yuan carefully entered the dry well through the hole that he intentionally left behind. He used his feet to support himself on both sides of the well walls to prevent his body from falling. Then he pulled the animal's skin at the mouth of the well and completely covered the hole. Next, he slowly descended to the bottom of the well. After reaching the bottom of the well, Fong Yuan had planned to stay here for the night, but he had an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there was a small hole at the bottom of the well. There seemed to be a whole new world inside. Looking at the edges of this small hole, it was clearly man-made. Feng Yuan's heart shook. He quickly moved young, thieving heaven's body into this small hole. Following this small hole, after walking for 50 to 60 steps, Feng Yuan arrived at an underground space the size of a house. This space was very simple, but there were pots and pans made of mud, as well as a dark spring. The spring was very small, but it contained clear underground water. There was also a withered corpse lying on the ground. Could this be the true fortuitous encounter of thieving heaven demon Venerable when he was young? Chapter 1503. Genius 1. Second, remember love, yo 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 go. Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. After carefully inspecting it, Feng Yuan did not find any traps. He slowly approached the dried corpse. When he was about 5 or 6 steps away from the dried corpse, something strange happened. Feng Yuan could not help but curse internally, because he lost control of young, thieving heaven again, becoming a bystander again. Young, thieving heaven muttered. This person was trapped at the bottom of the well. Was he surrounded by those wild beasts and could not escape? Next, he went to the corpse and observed a moment of silence before starting to search the corpse. Nothing unexpected happened. The corpse was very ordinary and did not have any traps. While searching the corpse, young thieving heaven found that this corpse should have been a Gu master when he was alive, and his rank was not low, having a noble status. He did not leave any Gu worms behind, but there was a sheepskin map sewn into the lining of his clothes. Young thieving heaven did not have any gains, except for this sheepskin map. In this underground cave, the light was very dim. Young thieving heaven could only see blurry lines on the map. He kept the map and carefully searched the surroundings, but did not find anything else. But young thieving heaven was already very satisfied, because this place had the most precious water source in the desert. He was very careful, first inspecting the water quality, and after finding there was no problem, he carefully drank a mouthful. This water came from deep underground. It seemed that the corpse had spent a lot of effort to dig it up. Young thieving heaven drank a mouthful of water and immediately felt a cool and refreshing feeling. The bloody taste in his mouth from drinking blood also faded a lot. Young thieving heaven's throat moved. This mouthful of water evoked a strong impulse in his heart. He immediately bent down and buried his face in the dark spring. Gulp, gulp. After drinking several mouthfuls, he suddenly raised his head, water droplets splashing everywhere. Sitting on the ground, young thieving heaven did not speak. He placed his hands on the ground and closed his eyes. After a long while, he sighed in satisfaction. After resting for a while, he wiped the water off his face and stood up, returning to the bottom of the dry well. Young thieving heaven shuddered. The bottom of the dry well was much colder than that underground cave. But young thieving heaven had a reason to come here. He looked up at the mouth of the well. Although he had covered it with a few layers of animal skins, the night wind was very strong and had blown away most of the animal skins, revealing a huge hole. From the cave entrance, young thieving heaven could see the stars hanging in the sky in the pitch-black night sky. He sighed and took out some animal skins and wood from his body. Very quickly, he built the embryonic form of a bonfire. After that, he drilled wood to make a fire, and after 10 minutes of hard work, he successfully lit the bonfire. There was not much smoke. It floated along the well. The warmth brought by the fire gradually expelled young thieving heaven's coldness. Young thieving heaven first roasted a few pieces of beast meat and swallowed them after they were cooked. After eating the cooked food, the feeling of fullness made him feel sleepy. But young thieving heaven suppressed his sleepiness and looked at the sheepskin map he had just obtained under the weak light of the fire. It seems like this sheepskin map has a long history. Isn't the main point of the place it's describing the small oasis where my clan lives? Young thieving heaven was shocked. On this sheepskin map, the small oasis was marked with several lines of western desert words beside it. The words were small, and because of the passage of time, most of them were blurred, only the first few words were fragmented and the clearest. Young Thieving Heaven barely recognized them and read them out. Immortal graveyard, ominous curse, strange. After pondering for a long time, he could not find any more clues. His brows furrowed. I have already been in this world for more than 10 years. I have heard the stories of immortals from the elders of my clan. But these are all legends. Are there really immortals in this world? This does not seem impossible. Looking at Masters, this world is very strange and mysterious. Anything can exist. Immortal graveyard. Don't tell me an immortal is buried in my home. But why is there a curse? Why is it ominous? Also, this sheepskin map is very strange. In this world, there are information path worms that can record maps and store information. That corpse should have been a powerful master when he was alive. Why did he not use a worm to record this map, but instead use this sheepskin map? This sheepskin map was sewn into the lining of his clothes. If not for his clothes being tattered and rotten, I would not have found it. He kept it so carefully. This sheepskin map should be very important. But this is too unsafe. It is far safer to record the map in an information path worm. Young Thieving Heaven muttered, his eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Fang Yuan had been observing from the side. He had already thought of Young Thieving Heaven's doubts. These were all suspicious points, especially the existence of the sheepskin map. Let's not care about this for now. This sheepskin map also shows the location of this dry well. I will be able to return to the tribe by following this map. Even though Young Thieving Heaven did not have any sense of belonging to this tribe, he understood that it was impossible for him to live alone in this vast desert. Not to mention the dangers lurking everywhere in the desert. No one knew when the threat of life and death would suddenly strike. Just in terms of food, Young Thieving Heaven had limited food. This small oasis foundation was too weak. His eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. Young Thieving Heaven's vision quickly turned blurry as he fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Not only was his body exhausted, but his mind was also full of ups and downs. Once he fell asleep, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with darkness. In this darkness, Fang Yuan felt that the power of the dream realm's melting had increased by several times. His soul was rapidly melting again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan already had the previous experience. He endured it silently and patiently waited for the darkness to disappear. The duration of the dream realm could not be estimated. After the darkness faded, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was reduced by half. His vision became clear again. Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Young Thieving Heaven was tied up and lying at the bottom of the dry well, and in front of him stood an elderly master with a gloomy expression. This old master's face was full of wrinkles. His hair was completely white. He was already very old. But right now, he was holding that strange sheepskin map in his skinny hands. He was constantly caressing this sheepskin map, his gaze revealing a complex emotion of fanaticism, deep affection, greed, and so on. This gaze made Young Thieving Heaven's scalp tingle. He felt that he had met a pervert. "Who are you? Why did you tie me up?" Young Thieving Heaven asked. He felt very wronged. He was tied up the moment he woke up, becoming a prisoner. "You should be glad that I, Sha Shao, did not kill you. You are still alive." The old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. He carefully put away the sheepskin map and looked at Young Thieving Heaven. "Lad, you are a member of Ida tribe?" Young Thieving Heaven did not speak, because he instantly understood one thing. The elderly master definitely knew the value and secret of this sheepskin map. The reason why he did not kill him and instead tied him up was probably to make use of him. The elderly master saw that Young Thieving Heaven did not respond. His expression darkened even more. He took a few light steps forward, silently standing in front of Young Thieving Heaven like a phantom. "Lad, don't think I don't know what you are thinking just because you don't speak. You probably have not heard of me, Sha Shao, but now I will let you have a taste of my power." The elderly Gu master smiled sinisterly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked fiercely. The tip of his foot hit young, thieving Heaven's heart. The intense pain almost made him faint. Young thieving Heaven was easily kicked away like a broken sack. He crashed into the wall of the well and fell to the ground with a plop. But the suffering had just begun. Young thieving Heaven started to scream. Because the elderly Gu master's kick was not simple, young thieving Heaven felt his skin go numb. At the same time, his muscles and organs felt like they were being pierced by countless ice needles. The intense pain was unbearable for young thieving Heaven. Soon, tears flowed down his face from the pain. His body curled up like a lobster. "Lad, do you know my power now?" The elderly Gu master laughed sinisterly. He felt joy in his heart. Young thieving Heaven's miserable screams gave him a wonderful sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1504. Genius 1. Second, remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The more young thieving Heaven screamed, the more the elderly Gu master laughed. But soon, young thieving Heaven realized this and began to grit his teeth, not making a sound. "Oh, brat, you still want to resist?" The elderly Gu master saw this and was furious, ruthlessly stomping on young thieving Heaven's chest. Crack! Several of young thieving Heaven's ribs were broken. The broken bones pierced his heart and lungs, causing him to fall into a state of near death. But from start to finish, he did not make a sound. His teeth were almost crushed. His eyes were wide open in anger, but he did not make any sound. Hee! The elderly Gu master laughed from extreme anger, directly using a Gu master method on young thieving Heaven. This time it was not as simple as intense pain. Young thieving Heaven soon felt sore, numb and itchy. All kinds of sensations assaulted him. He finally could not endure it anymore, letting out a miserable howl. His 4 limbs struggled fiercely, his fingers scratching his skin crazily as he rolled on the ground. The elderly Gu master laughed heartily. "Have you suffered enough? You dare to resist me? Sha Shao, humph! Even if your pride is made of iron, you have to kneel down. Beg for mercy, as long as you call me Grandpa Sha. Grandpa will spare you, grandson, ah-ha-ha-ha!" But young thieving Heaven's heart was filled with anger. Sha Zhao's words stimulated his courage. He inwardly swore that even if he died of itchiness, pain, or numbness, he would not beg for mercy. Sha Shao waited for a moment, only to see young thieving Heaven rolling on the ground, his fingers scratching his clothes and skin. His voice changed in pain, but he did not beg for mercy. Eventually, young thieving Heaven could not endure it anymore. An ominous light flashed in his eyes as he slammed his head against the wall of the well. "He actually wants to die?" Sha Shao was shocked, quickly stopping him. Young thieving Heaven was not strong enough. He could only be manipulated by Sha Shao. Sha Shao not only saved him, but also healed him. Soon, his heavy injuries turned into light injuries. "Kid, you've got guts. This old man can't help but admire you." Sha Shao changed his tone, and his eyes shone with a green light. He looked at young thieving Heaven, who was lying on the ground, speaking in a low voice. "But if you die, what about your family? This old man will definitely not grieve. But what about your parents? Where are your brothers and sisters? Do you have a girl you love? Does she know how you feel about her? If you die, what will happen to her?" Young thieving Heaven's expression changed when he heard this. Love go small, say Netka. He had lived in this world for more than 10 years, but in the end he was still a wanderer with no worries. But in the original world he had a family, parents, and a beloved fiancée. "I can't die. I want to live. I want to find a way to leave this world and go home. There is someone waiting for me there." Sha Shao was astute. Seeing young thieving Heaven's expression change, his lips curled up. Young thieving Heaven fearlessly looked at Sha Shao. "The reason you did not kill me is because you want to make use of me. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Sha Shao laughed heartily and gave young thieving heaven a thumbs up. Kid, you have guts. You actually dare to speak to me like this. The moment he said that, Sha Zhao's expression changed, the maniacal smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by distorted anger. He fiercely kicked young thieving heaven's face, sending him flying. Then he pointed with a finger. A strange light shot out and hit young thieving heaven's body. Chi chi chi, a series of soft sounds reverberated at the bottom of this dry well. Young thieving heaven's expression changed, feeling intense pain all over his body. He tried to stand up but had no strength. He could only sit on the ground. His face was covered in blood. His nose bridge had been broken by Sha Zhao's kick. Young thieving heaven's vision turned dark. He almost fainted from the pain. He looked at his palm with the corner of his eyes and was shocked. He found that his palm was festering as if it was corroded by a strong acid. In fact, not only his hands, but his face, his arms, his neck, and his body were all rotting. Soon, young thieving heaven's eyes were also corroded. He lost his vision. Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded. You think I can't live without you? Hee. It is your fortune that I am using you. You actually dared to have such an attitude towards me. So what if you die? At most I will just find another person to teach you. Ha ha ha. Now, finally, I will give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, kowtow to me and recognize me as my grandson. Obediently listen to my orders. You can slowly think about it. There is no rush. Anyway, you were hit by my killer move. Your entire body is rotting. In less than a dozen breaths of time, your entire body will rot away, but your bones will remain. Hee, at that time, I will step on you a few more times. I want to see how tough your bones are now. Young thieving heaven was silent. Sha Shao said this and no longer spoke. He stared at young thieving heaven with a sinister gaze. The latter was sitting on the ground, motionless like a statue. His muscles were also rotting. A foul stench filled the bottom of the well. The terrifying injuries, the intense pain, and most importantly, the conflict in his heart, made his expression distort. I am the great Ben Jia's son, a noble, a general of 3 armies. How can I kneel and beg for mercy? But if I die here, will my family and lover in the other world wait in vain? Sigh. Young thieving heaven sighed inwardly as heavy as a mountain. He slowly adjusted his posture, going from sitting to kneeling. Then his head slowly lowered until his forehead touched the ground of the well. He spoke. His voice was weak and filled with difficulty. I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Sha Shao laughed wildly, his eyes wide open as he stared at young thieving heaven. Then what should you call me? Grandfather. Young thieving heaven gritted his teeth. His body trembled as hot tears fell from his rotting eyes. Gagaga, good grandson. Sha Shao was proud of himself. His voice was sharp like a crow's cry in a graveyard during autumn. Amidst this laughter, young thieving heaven reached his limit and fainted. Fang Yuan fell into absolute darkness once again. The dream realm's intense erosion of the soul again. Fang Yuan endured it with difficulty. His 10-million-man soul had already fallen to a 1-million-man soul. Exploring this thieving heaven's dream realm had too high a requirement for one soul foundation. If not for Fang Yuan's diligent cultivation and rapid progress in soul path, he would not have the qualifications to explore this place. As time passed, the darkness disappeared and Fang Yuan could see again. The sun was high in the sky. Young thieving heaven dragged his extremely weak body as he walked in the desert. The terrifying injuries on his body had already disappeared without a trace. But there were a few new injuries that seemed to be caused by the sharp claws and fangs of wild beasts. Kid, be obedient and go back to the tribe. Help me, your grandfather, find out the truth. Later, Grandpa will lure a few desert wolves for you. Hee, if you want to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Grandpa will not help you. If you cannot escape from the wolves, you can only blame yourself. Oh, remember, don't speak carelessly. You were hit by Grandpa's killer move. You have already tasted the feeling of your body rotting. As long as Grandpa wills it, your innards and brain will instantly rot. He, be obedient. Grandpa will not mistreat you. Good grandson. Xiao Xiao was nowhere to be seen, but young Thieving Heaven's ears were echoing with his voice. He had just finished speaking when several desert wolves appeared from the sand dune. These desert wolves had short, thin, yellowish-brown fur. They were not large in size, but were very fierce. They targeted young Thieving Heaven as they charged forward with all four limbs, howling. But young Thieving Heaven did not move. He watched as the distance between him and the desert wolves shrunk. Fang Yuan was feeling strange when he suddenly reacted, cursing internally as he tried to control young Thieving Heaven. Sure enough, as he expected, he could control this body again. Fang Yuan quickly escaped. At the same time, he scanned with his mind to see what goo worms he had left that he could resist. 1 sandpit goo, 1 chimney smoke goo, and 1 clear water goo. He only had 10% of his green copper primeval essence left. The cool wind goo and other goo that he had painstakingly collected were all gone. It seems that Xiao Xiao did not want to expose that small oasis and dry well, so he destroyed all the relevant clues on Thieving Heaven. Damn it, clear water goo cannot be used. I can only rely on sandpit goo and chimney smoke goo. Fang Yuan was just thinking when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. He did not even think and directly pounced to the left. At the next moment, a sand wolf pounced on the spot where Fang Yuan's head was, falling on the hot sand. Fang Yuan also almost fell on the sand. Once he fell, the desert wolves that rushed over would definitely pounce on him, not giving him a chance to get up. At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan pushed his arms on the sand and used all his strength to rush forward, then forcefully dragged his extremely weak body. While rushing forward, he struggled to adjust his balance and continued to run. In just a few steps, the second desert wolf caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly activated Sandpig Goo. This rank 1 goo consumed 5% of his green copper primeval essence, instantly forming a pit in the desert. The second desert wolf had just used its front limbs to pounce on Fang Yuan's back, but it did not expect a sandpit to appear, causing it to step on empty air. Because it used too much strength, this desert wolf instantly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. However, the third desert wolf followed closely behind and leaped into the air. This desert wolf was very crafty. Moreover, it had a wild goo on its body. Its movements were completely silent. Fang Yuan did not have time to look back, but he saw a shadow in the desert. The third desert wolf shadow was pouncing towards his shadow's head. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Activating goo worms would not be effective at this time, and he had no time to dodge. His deep battle experience helped Fang Yuan at this moment, allowing him to make the wisest choice. Dodge! Although he could not dodge, he had to dodge. While dodging, Fang Yuan purposely sent his right shoulder forward. Puff! The third desert wolf pounced on Fang Yuan, its sharp claws scratching Fang Yuan's right shoulder, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. But Fang Yuan continued to run, not stopping because of his injuries. At this time, the first and second desert wolves recovered and chased after him again. At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan poured all his primeval essence into the chimney smoke goo. This goo worm was originally used to smoke food, but now that Fang Yuan used it in an emergency, it produced a miraculous effect. The thick smoke obscured the eyes and noses of the 3 desert wolves, and Fang Yuan took the chance to escape some distance. But he was only struggling at death's door. The 3 desert wolves quickly broke through the smoke and chased after Fang Yuan again. Am I going to fail? This difficulty is too high. Fang Yuan was already at his wit's end, but right at this time, a lightning chain brushed past Fang Yuan's face and hit the 3 desert wolves, instantly roasting them. Someone from the tribe. Fang Yuan recognized it and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Young Thieving Heaven reached his limits and fainted again. The expected darkness did not appear. Fang Yuan unexpectedly found his soul floating in the air. He had already left the dream realm. More accurately speaking, this Thieving Heaven dream realm that had shrouded his soul had already dissipated. So that's it. I successfully explored the first stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization. Amazing, my theft path attainment level has directly risen to Grandmaster level. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although his soul foundation had fallen greatly, his gains were equally huge. As expected of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, just the first stage had given Fang Yuan theft path Grandmaster attainment level. Chapter 1505. Inside the immortal Gu formation, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, cultivating. He Lulan and the rest, along with Tang Fangming, were controlling this immortal formation. Fang Yuan evaluated the gains and losses in his mind. The first time I explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm, I had huge gains. Not only did I test Heaven's will dissipation killer move and obtain great results, I even raised my theft path attainment level to Grandmaster. However, I paid a huge price for this. My soul was originally 10 million man soul, but now it has fallen to million man soul. This is a huge loss. I thought I would use Unravel Dream frequently, but to think that it did not help me much in this dream realm. From this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan understood something. That was, even though he had Unravel Dream, this method was not invincible. Even though Unravel Dream is rarely used and the Immortal Essence expenditure is low, the Guts Gu's expenditure has increased greatly. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took out Guts Gu, using them on the spot. So many Guts Gu. Tang Fangming's eyes widened as he showed an expression of envy and desire. He had explored dream realms many times. He knew how outstanding Guts Gu was. He had been searching for Guts Gu bitterly, but they were always in short supply. But now he saw that Fang Yuan was using Guts Gu casually like he was eating beans. He is the seller of Guts Gu after all. Tang Fangming sighed internally. At the same time, he focused his gaze on Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was huge, like a mountain. It was still emitting an eerie blue light, but a huge area at the foot of the mountain had vanished. This was the result of Fang Yuan successfully passing the first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fangming sighed. He had explored and researched this Thieving Heaven's dream realm hundreds or even thousands of times, but his accumulated achievements could not compare to Fang Yuan's one exploration. Tang Fangming was publicly recognized as a pioneer in exploring dream realms. He created many dream path Mortal Gu, but now, compared to Fang Yuan's achievements, it paled in comparison. This made Tang Fangming feel ashamed of himself, but it also increased his admiration for Fang Yuan. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Guts Gu was used without regard for expenditure. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. Originally, he had a 9 million man soul. This time, after being worn down by the dream, his soul rose again, and he faintly felt that it had become more solid. It seems that when the dreamland melts away the soul, it also has a supportive effect on soul cultivation. But if you really look into it, the effect isn't that great. It's far inferior to Luopa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. They could not be replaced by ordinary existences, but it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had brought Luopa Valley with him to the western desert. On this trip, he had first gone to the East Sea and then to the western desert. With his astute nature, how could he not make thorough preparations? As for Dang Hun Mountain, jewel yellow skies can transport Guts Gu. It makes no difference whether I bring it or not. Actually, it was not that Fang Yuan did not want to bring it. It was because the expenditure of heaven and earth qi in his immortal aperture was too intense. Right now, his sovereign immortal aperture had reverse flow river, Luopa Valley, and City Well. Every 3 days, he would need to devour a large amount of heaven and earth qi to replenish his expenditure. If he did not replenish it in time, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would weaken, causing a decrease in resources, including universe and 2 paths. In severe cases, the sovereign immortal aperture might even shatter. Thieving Heaven's dream realm is extremely difficult to explore. The first stage is already so difficult. The second stage will definitely be even more difficult. With this realization, Fang Yuan decided to raise his soul foundation to a higher level before exploring the dream realm. It was safer this way. Thus, in the following period of time, he focused on cultivating the soul path. Because of the continuous supply of guts goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose sharply again, just as Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path and preparing for the second exploration. Eastern Sea. Qing Yu Zhiqing had already found Qing Yu clan's first supreme elder, asking for help. Zhicheng, it looks like you are determined to stand up for that Qin Bai He. First supreme elder looked at this bloodline junior in front of him. He was quite fond of him as he sighed. Yes, I have made up my mind. I hope First Supreme Elder can help me. Qing Yu Zhiqing had a resolute expression, but First Supreme Elder shook his head. This matter is far from the time for me to make a move. Furthermore, the truth is not clear. Even if I help, I will not be of much help. Qing Yu Zhiqing found it strange. First Supreme Elder was a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal. How could he not be of help? However, the words that the First Supreme Elder told him immediately made him realize something. I thank First Supreme Elder for your guidance. I will go seek help now. Qing Yu Zhiqing was overjoyed. Go. First Supreme Elder chuckled as he waved his hand. Qing Yu Zhiqing acted quickly. He immediately left the clan's headquarters and flew towards Nangong tribe's territorial sea. It turned out that Qing Yu clan's first supreme elder had told him that they did not know if Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were alive or dead. They did not know what happened to them. The best thing to do was to find a wisdom path, Gu Immortal, to investigate the truth. Only by knowing what had happened to them would he be able to accurately find the culprit and exact his revenge. And the most suitable wisdom path Gu Immortal was none other than one of the 3 wisdom path geniuses. The wisdom path Gu Immortal Hua, and who was hiding in Nangong tribe. This person had a close relationship with Yu Chan. If something happened to her, he would definitely help. Qing Yu Zhiqing heard First Supreme Elder's analysis and agreed. He immediately went to seek help from Huan. But along the way, he met with a rank 6 Gu Immortal from Nangong tribe. This Gu Immortal brought Hua En's words. Young Master Zhicheng, my clan's Lord Hua, and already deduced that you would come to find him. So he asked me to come and receive you. He is not far away. Qing Yu Zhicheng heard this and was overjoyed. He praised Hua En's ability. A moment later, the two met. Hua En said, to speak the truth, not long ago, Fairy Yu Chan sought my help, but I was unable to help her. Hua En and Qing Yu Zhicheng exchanged information. Naturally, their main suspect was Fang Yuan, because with Yu Chan's death, Fang Yuan would benefit the most from selling dragonfish. Of course, they did not have the Celestial Court's guidance. They only knew that the mysterious Gu Immortal who sold dragonfish in Jewel Yellow Skies was the most suspicious and had the motive. But they did not know that this person was Fang Yuan. I have been deducing for the past few days. I am afraid that Yu Chan and Qin Bai He are dead. Hua En had a heavy expression. This time, I am going to seek help from the other 2 experts. We will combine our strength and try to deduce the culprit. Hua En's words made Qing Yu Zhiqing shake his head. No, I believe that the 2 fairies are still alive. They are not dead. Lord Hua En, think about it. The 2 fairies are rank 7 experts who could easily kill them. Hua and understood Qin Yu, Ji Cheng's feelings and emotions. He nodded in consolation. You are right. Then he changed the topic and said, How about this? I have a plan. We might as well spread the news of the two fairies' deaths. If they are not dead, they will know that we are looking for them and want to help them. If they are being chased by the culprit, this rumor can confuse the culprit and divert his attention to us. This is a great plan. Qin Yu Ji Cheng's eyes shined. He clapped and praised. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen to 90 million man soul level. He was only half a step away from 100 million man soul. During this period of time, he did not practice any immortal killer moves. He spent most of his time and energy on soul path cultivation. This way, his results were much greater than before. Even though guts goo were being expended, not only did it not bring huge profits to Fang Yuan, it was even depleting Fang Yuan's capital. But Fang Yuan's financial situation was turning for the better. The reason for this was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan killed Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to stop him, they could not. In the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Fang Yuan was the #1 overlord in terms of the dragonfish business. No one could match him. The dragonfish business was getting more and more popular, especially the silver dragonfish. The prices were rising at an astonishing rate. What is worth noting is that in Eastern Sea, news of Yu Chan and Qin Bai's deaths has already spread. It seems that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Ignore it for now. The main point is thieving heaven's dream realm. With 90 million man soul, Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence. After resting for a day, he entered the dream realm again to explore thieving heaven's bewildering dream. Chapter 1506. After resting and making ample preparations, Fang Yuan entered thieving heaven's dream realm again. The surroundings were noisy. A market was being held around the pond. Western Desert actually had a lot of resources, at least more than Northern Plains. There were large amounts of resources hidden under the desert. There were goo worms and wild beasts, but vegetation was scarce. It was their greatest weakness. Thus, in the market, food such as milk and wine or goo materials such as beast skins and bones were mainly sold. Only 3 shops sold goo worms. Young, thieving Heaven walked among the crowd, observing the surrounding businesses as he approached the pond at the center of the tribe. Stop! Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Lad, get lost. Young thieving Heaven had just gotten close to the pond when the 2 guards guarding here immediately reacted, stopping him with words. Young thieving Heaven had no choice but to pretend to be frightened and quickly leave. He sighed inwardly. The pond is the only source of water in the oasis. It is heavily guarded. Even if there is a market, the guards are lax on the outside but tight on the inside. There is no way to sneak in. At the same time, Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded in his mind. You have to think of a way to sneak in. Don't forget, there is only over a month left from our agreed time limit. Once the time is up and you do not make any progress, it will be your death. Young thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk, replying inwardly, Aren't you very strong? Why don't you attack directly or sneak in? Why do you want a weak person like me to spy for you? You are trying to provoke me. How could I fall for your trap? Moreover, you don't know anything. I don't have the patience to explain to you. Grandson, quickly do as Grandpa says. Ask less and do more. You can live longer. Sha Shao said. Young thieving Heaven was restrained by others. The enemy was strong while he was weak. He did not speak, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Earlier in the dry well, in order to survive and leave behind the hope of returning home, he was forced to submit to Sha Shao, but he had never truly accepted his fate. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. One day, I will find a chance to not only escape the shackles of that old demon Sha Shao, I will also return all the suffering I suffered to him. For now, I'll endure it for the time being, feigning civility and waiting for an opportunity. In the next few days, Young Thieving Heaven tried his best to sneak into the oasis's pond to gather information, but all his attempts had ended in failure. The pond in the oasis was the most important place in the tribe, so it was naturally heavily guarded. Young Thieving Heaven had just advanced to rank 1. He lacked methods. Just when he couldn't find a way out, a piece of news spread among his peers. What? The clan is holding a small competition in half a month. The winner can choose a goo worm from the pond as a reward. Young Thieving Heaven also heard this news. He immediately understood that his chance had come. Moreover, this was his best chance to complete Sha Zhao's mission. I want to participate in the small competition and win, Young Thieving Heaven said to Sha Zhao in his mind. Sha Zhao chuckled coldly. Stinking brat. Don't think this old man doesn't know what you're planning. You're trying to use this opportunity to increase your strength and accumulate strength so that you can overthrow me in the future, right? Young Thieving Heaven sneered, saying frankly, so what if I am? Who doesn't crave freedom? Good. Sha Zhao didn't take it seriously, and he praised instead. You're quite straightforward. Haha. If you call me grandfather, then I'll help you seize victory this time. You. Young Thieving Heaven's expression froze, anger showing in his eyes. What, you're not willing? Think carefully. Other than me helping you, with your strength and aptitude, how can you obtain victory in this small competition? Sha Zhao sneered. Young Thieving Heaven's brows were gloomy. I am of noble birth, I have a glorious life, but I actually have to beg for mercy. This is forgetting my ancestors and ruining my son, tribe's reputation. But if I don't do this, there really won't be any hope. My strength is too weak. The hope of returning home is extremely slim. If I can't even pass this hurdle, there's no need to talk about the future. Damn it! Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, falling into extreme hesitation. Previously, although he had called Sha Zhao grandpa, that was during a matter of life and death. At this moment, he was separated from Sha Zhao. The pressure from the outside world was not as great. This made Young Thieving Heaven's heart waver. It was a heavy and painful choice. Grandpa. Finally, he chose to give in, squeezing out these 2 words with difficulty. Ha ha ha. Sha Zhao's wild laughter immediately filled Young Thieving Heaven's mind. My good grandson, since you called me Grandpa, Grandpa will not let you lose. This is the winning method Grandpa taught you. Learn it well and turn it into your own strength. You will definitely obtain victory in this small competition. Sha Zhao had just finished speaking when an enormous amount of information assaulted Young Thieving Heaven's mind. Young Thieving Heaven gasped, his expression twisted as he subconsciously hugged his head with both hands. The enormous amount of information assaulted his mind, making him feel extreme pain. His head felt like it was about to explode. The information assault only lasted for a short 9 breaths of time, but to Young Thieving Heaven, it felt as long as a year. He endured it with difficulty. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. His face was pale like paper, and his whole body was slightly trembling. He was in an extremely sorry state. Sha Zhao's methods were explosive, but the information he transmitted was genuine and of great value. Most of the contents were fist and leg techniques. They were exquisite and concise. There was also a portion of goo recipes, goo worm usage methods, and even a killer move. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. This move was formed from sandpit goo, chimney smoke goo, and clear water goo. It had 8 steps, and once activated successfully, it could spit out a cloud of white ash. When this ash fell into a person's eyes, it could blind them and cover their eyes with white ash. The person hit by it could not use water to clean it, because once it was cleaned, the white ash would burst out with heat and burn the goo master's eyes, eventually turning them blind. This move is so sinister, it is not my style. Young Thieving Heaven inspected it carefully. His heart sank and his expression turned unpleasant. Before he transmigrated, he was born in a noble family. He received a good education from a young age. He was upright and hated evil. Because of this, he transmigrated and became a poor orphan. But he scrupulously abided by the rules and maintained his virtuous conduct for more than 10 years, even though he had the wisdom of an adult. He was not doing well. The killer move blurred gray eyes needs 3 goo worms, but they are all the goo worms I have. From this, it seems this Sha Shao had been planning for a long time. He wanted to increase my strength. Humph. Young Thieving Heaven did not want to practice the killer move blurred gray eyes for the time being. He put all his energy into fist and leg techniques. He was also a warrior in his previous life. Although he was not good at close combat, he had some foundation. His true battle attainment was deep enough. Thus, there was no obstruction in practicing these fist and leg techniques. It was very smooth sailing. After practicing like this for a few days, young Thieving Heaven felt his battle strength rising sharply. The fist and leg techniques in this world are not simple. They are complete moves formed with goo worms. What kind of goo worm there is, what kind of move there is. I had no one to guide me before. That was why I was weak and incompetent. Now that I have this secret manual, I have a 60% chance of winning the clan competition if I cultivate hard. Even if I don't use blurred gray eyes, I can deal with most of my opponents. Young Thieving Heaven was quite disgusted with this despicable move. He did not want to use it. He was filled with confidence, and soon arrived at the clan competition. The first time he stepped onto the stage, the people around him did not think highly of him. There were even voices mocking him. His opponent also had an arrogant expression, pointing at his nose. "So it is you, trash. If you admit defeat, I won't break your legs." Young Thieving Heaven was stunned, standing on the spot motionlessly. The surrounding people laughed loudly. "He is terrified, he can't even move. How did he pass the vagrant test in this state?" "Probably luck. I heard that he was saved from the wolf's mouth by a clan goo master at the critical moment." Under such an atmosphere, young Thieving Heaven's opponents looked at him with a hint of disdain. But at the next moment, young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his fingers. "It is finally my turn to control." Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. It turned out that young Thieving Heaven was dazed because Fang Yuan had gained control and could not react in time. Now that he reacted, he immediately attacked. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. With a whoosh, a large amount of white ash sprayed on his opponent's face. The opponent was caught off guard. He quickly retreated 3 steps and screamed. "Ah! I can't see anything. What is this?" "Get down." Fang Yuan took a few large steps, jumping in front of his opponent and kicking. His opponent was directly kicked off the stage. Chapter 1507. Despicable, too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack. This guy has a despicable nature. He is truly hateful. According to their strength, he is clearly weaker. The surrounding people criticized young Thieving Heaven. You. That opponent crawled up from the ground, stuttering in anger as he pointed at the sky, shouting angrily, "You are shameless. If you have the guts, let's compete again." But because his eyes were blinded by the killer move, he did not know where Fang Yuan was, so his finger was pointing in the wrong direction. The scene was quite amusing. Fang Yuan sneered, "Winner takes all. What is there to compete about?" Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan could not speak anymore. Because he was once again reduced to a spectator, he lost control of this body. Thieving Heaven's dream realm continued. Young Thieving Heaven looked at the surrounding crowd, at the furious opponent below the stage. His face was pale, his body was trembling. Slowly he lifted his hands. He was shocked. Why did I directly use that killer move, blinding gray eyes? I clearly have the strength to fight him head-on and then blast him off the stage. But why did I choose to launch a sneak attack? Young Thieving Heaven disliked sneak attacks. He felt it was a shameful thing. Why did he launch a sneak attack? What he liked was a fair and square fight, not playing with those crafty plots and schemes. He did not like it, or more accurately, he disdained doing it. But he did it. Sha Zhao's wild laughter resounded in his mind. Ha 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 ha! This is too funny, too amusing, my good grandson. You really have the style of your grandpa. You clearly haven't practiced this blinding gray eyes before. But you actually learned it without a teacher. You used it too smoothly. The timing of your sneak attack was also very accurate. You immediately won. Very good, very good. Sha Xiao praised repeatedly. Young Thieving Heaven was stunned. That's right, he had never practiced this killer move before. Why did he use it? Why was it so smooth? This is too ridiculous. Young Thieving Heaven roared in his mind. Ha ha ha, my good grandson. Let Grandpa tell you the reason. You've always been this kind of person. That's your nature. Don't suppress yourself anymore. Release your true nature. Sha Xiao laughed and added insult to injury. Young Thieving Heaven was deeply shaken, but his eyes shined brightly. No, I did not do this. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who controlled my body. Hee hee, although this old man has the ability to do so, I have never done it before. All of this is your own choice. You should be very clear about it, Sha Xiao said. No, it must be you. How could I do such a thing? Young Thieving Heaven insisted. Bullshit, Sha Xiao cursed. But this time, Young Thieving Heaven was very persistent. He walked down the stage while arguing. In the eyes of the people around him, however, he was rather self-centered and paid no heed to the reproaches of the crowd, so that the cursing went up a notch. Fang Yuan, who was once again reduced to a bystander, was shocked. He was the one who took over the battle, but the result had a direct impact on the following dream. Young Thieving Heaven's shock and the change in the surrounding people's attitudes would undoubtedly affect the development and derivation of the dream realm. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation when exploring dream realms. In his previous explorations, although he participated much more than Thieving Heaven's dream realm, the dream realm on the whole did not change. The result of the dream realm was fixed, and the criteria for passing the dream realm was also fixed. But this time, Thieving Heaven's dream realm gave me a feeling of coming back to life. It is not simple at all. According to the type, this dream realm was a realistic dream realm that restored Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life experiences. But as Fang Yuan continued to participate, this dream realm would probably deviate from its original form. As these deviations accumulated, would the final outcome of the dream realm be completely different from the original? Fang Yuan sensed this and became even more vigilant. Soon, it was time for the second stage battle. From your appearance, you do not seem to be a despicable person. But in the previous round, did you use a despicable method to plot against my cousin? This time, Young Thieving Heaven's opponent was a young girl who had a heroic air about her. Young Thieving Heaven frowned. He did not want to explain, but said in the end, "There is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? My ass, it was clearly a sneak attack. You still don't admit it? In public, with so many eyes watching. He still wants to deny it. The crowd below the stage clamored angrily. The young girl frowned. I don't care if it is a misunderstanding or not. I want to take revenge for my cousin this time. So not only do I want to defeat you, I want you to taste enough suffering. Come. Saying so, the young girl was about to pounce forward. Wait a moment. Young Thieving Heaven suddenly stretched out a palm. I still have something to say. It is not too late to attack after hearing me out. What do you want to say? Just say it. I will make you lose convincingly. The young girl snorted coldly, stopping her steps. But at this moment, Young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone with a dark light as he raised his hand. Mortal killer move. Blurred gray eyes. The young girl had her guard up, but the white ash managed to penetrate her defenses and directly covered her eyes. Damn it, oh no. This lad is playing dirty again. Be careful. He is coming. Quickly defend. The crowd shouted at the top of their lungs. But Young Thieving Heaven had already gotten close to the young girl and was about to kick her off the stage. The young girl's battle experience was not bad, even though she could not see. Her ears moved, and she could hear the wind to determine the location. I can't see anyone now. It will be extremely disadvantageous if this drags on. I need to end this quickly and secure victory. At this instant, the young girl made a wise decision. She gave a light shout, clenching her fists and attacking young thieving heaven instead of retreating. Whoosh! Fist winds blew, ruffling young thieving heaven's hair. This fist force was very powerful. It was clearly secretly using a goo worm. It was not something a mortal body could unleash. If young thieving heaven had really wanted to kick earlier, he would not have been able to stop in time and dodge. He would have been hit by these fists and would have been heavily injured. But at this moment, young thieving heaven was not himself. He was being manipulated by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's thoughts were deep. He came to kick the young girl on the surface, but it was actually just a trick. On one hand, he was probing the young girl. After all, even though her eyes were blurred, there were still other methods to investigate. The goo world never lacked unimaginable methods. On the other hand, Feng Yuan wanted to make use of the surrounding spectators. These people's shouts and reminders were to mislead the young girl. The young girl's eyes were blurred, and she fell into an intense battle. It was very likely that she would not have time to think about this. She would subconsciously feel that the surrounding people's reminders were correct. After all, there were many people around, but the young girl was alone. Humans had a herd mentality. If so many people felt that it was correct, the young girl was likely to feel that it was correct as well. Sure enough, as Feng Yuan expected, the young girl punched with both fists, switching from defense to offense. Feng Yuan chuckled. He calmly retracted his right leg and easily dodged. Then he grabbed the young girl's fist and pulled it to the side. The young girl wanted to win in one go. She used too much force and was used by Feng Yuan instead. Feng Yuan took the chance to raise his knee and stabbed towards the young girl's abdomen like a spear. Bam! With a soft sound, the young girl suffered a heavy injury. Her tightly shut eyes opened due to the pain. Her beautiful and fair face instantly turned red, and blue veins popped up on her forehead. She felt that her stomach, intestines, and organs were twisting together. The pain almost made her stop breathing. But before she could taste this intense pain again, Feng Yuan chopped at the back of the young girl's neck. In an instant, the young girl fainted from Feng Yuan's attack. Plop! She fell to the ground, motionless. Feng Yuan won. The surrounding people were silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Despicable, too despicable. He actually won like this. He is too shameless. Too shameless, his pitiful opponent is innocent. She was clearly stronger but fell for his trick. The spectators were furious and disdainful towards young thieving heaven, while feeling pity and regret towards the young girl. The clamor did not stop. What did I do? I did it again. Feng Yuan watched from the side again, and as the person involved, young thieving heaven, was stunned. Ha ha ha! You did it! Everything was done by you. Sha Xiao laughed heartily. I did not do anything. You should have experienced it yourself this time. The entire battle was clearly your choice. No, this is not true. How could I be such a vile person? Young thieving heaven closed his eyes in pain, his eyelids trembling slightly. You are indeed a vile person. But your grandpa admires you very much, my good grandson. You finished the battle quickly and efficiently, and you swiftly established the victory. Your shamelessness and despicableness are very much like my style in the past. When he spoke up to this point, Sha Xiao once again roared with laughter. What the hell is going on? What happened to me? Young thieving heaven almost shed tears. The sense of glory and values he accumulated in his previous life suffered a severe blow. I have heard of a saying, there is a type of person who has innate fighting talent. When he's in a state of battle, he'll often come up with fantastic ideas and keen intuition. All these factors will allow him to dig out the deepest part of himself and make the choice that best suits his nature, thereby doing his best to win the battle, Sha Xiao said. Young Thieving Heaven. Like this, Young Thieving Heaven's path in the small competition continued like this. In each battle, Fong Yuan replaced Young Thieving Heaven and took control of the entire battle. Although the later opponents were on guard and vigilant, what kind of person was Fong Yuan? His battle experience could be said to be as vast as the sea. These puny opponents, even a change in expression could let Fong Yuan see through their schemes and thoughts. These victories were easily obtained by Fong Yuan, but for the person involved, Young Thieving Heaven, it was an extremely painful process. Am I really such a person in my bones? In my previous life, because I was in a mecha, I did not receive enough stimulation. So when I came to this world and personally participated in the battle, my instincts burst forth. With such a character, I have let down my clan, let down my teacher's teachings, let down my surname. Chapter 1508. Inside the Dream Realm. On the stage, Fong Yuan was controlling Young Thieving Heaven's body, engaging in a difficult battle with his opponent. This time his opponent was a tall and sturdy youngster. His hands were in the shape of palms. Lightning flickered as he hacked, shooting towards Fong Yuan. This youngster was one of the hottest contenders for the first place in the clan. If it was an ordinary youngster, he would have been struck by the lightning and trembled, losing control of his bowels and bowels, immediately losing the ability to fight. But at this moment, Fong Yuan had the upper hand. With Young Thieving Heaven's methods, he could not dodge the lightning attacks. But Fong Yuan's shrewd eyes were closely watching his opponent's every move. When his opponent raised his palm blade, Fong Yuan could deduce the direction of his attack from the changes in his shoulder, expression, and center of gravity. Because of this, Fong Yuan could always dodge the lightning attacks, repeatedly making unimaginable dodging movements. Do you only know how to hide? His opponent roared impatiently. Hee, come and chase me if you have the guts. Come and hit me. Fong Yuan shouted, doing his best to mock his opponent. Sure enough, his opponent was still too young. He immediately became furious and pounced at Fong Yuan again. Come and fight me if you have the guts, you scoundrel! But Fong Yuan kept dodging. The surrounding crowd could not stand it anymore, directly jeering and reprimanding Fong Yuan for being as timid as a mouse. Someone even shouted, "The difference in strength is so huge. Why aren't you admitting defeat? Despicable guy." But Fong Yuan continued to do as he pleased, turning a deaf ear to them. Although he was dodging, he was actually controlling the rhythm of this battle. His opponent did not have much battle experience. After all, he was too young. He fell into Fong Yuan's trap and was being led away by Fong Yuan without realizing it. The youngster attacked for a long time without success. His primeval essence was mostly expended. He was panting and feeling tired. Good, it's time to counterattack. Fong Yuan finally had the chance and immediately counterattacked. His opponent finally reacted, but it was too late. Very soon, he was suppressed by Fong Yuan. However, the youth still had some true essence left, and it was difficult for him to resist. Fong Yuan had a bad feeling about this. Young Thieving Heaven's aptitude was very poor. Only D-grade aptitude, as primeval essence storage was very little. After fighting for so long, the amount of true essence that Fong Yuan was able to control was even less than that of his opponent. I have to finish this quickly. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan immediately roared, "Come, silly boy, eat my phlegm first." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at his opponent's face. His opponent's eyes widened. If he were to be spat on his face, how disgusting would that be? The youth quickly dodged, but this was exactly what Fong Yuan wanted. He wanted to force his opponent to dodge in this direction. You go down as well. Fong Yuan stepped on the ground and moved like a nimble cat, appearing in front of his opponent and kicking fiercely. That youth had already raised his arms like a shield, blocking Fong Yuan's kick. But Fong Yuan's strength was extremely strong. He was sent flying and fell off the stage. Feng Yuan thus won. This kid actually won. Is there still justice in this world? So disgusting, he actually spat. This is too rude. Yeah, even if he won, I would still look down on him. He really has no bearing at all. He is simply not fit to be a Gu master. The spectators broke out into heated discussions. The voices of ridicule and criticism towards Feng Yuan gathered into a wave and transmitted to his ears. Feng Yuan, however, lost control of his body at this moment. It was young Thieving Heaven's turn. Young Thieving Heaven personally experienced this battle. It was indeed difficult. It was not easy for him to win. After all, young Thieving Heaven was alone, while his opponents had backgrounds. Most of them had parents that were Gu masters, or at least one of them was a Gu master. In this tribal competition, only youngsters who had just become Gu masters could participate, because these people's foundations were too weak and they were only at the first transition. It was very easy for them to borrow external forces to raise their battle prowess. Thus, those rich second generation and official second generation were more or less loved and guided by their elders. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This was the reason why Feng Yuan's battle was difficult. There was also a second reason. Feng Yuan's battle style was already widely known. His opponents were very vigilant and prepared meticulously in every battle, making it hard for Feng Yuan to attack. Why did I spit? Young Thieving Heaven stood at the center of the stage, almost shedding tears of shame. In his previous life, he had always paid attention to his bearing and demeanor. Spitting on the ground was too uncivilized, he would never do it. But in that battle, just now, not only did he do it, he even sat down openly and courageously in front of so many people. How could young Thieving Heaven endure this? How can I be such a person? Is this really the reflection of my innermost self? Young Thieving Heaven fell into deep self-doubt and denial. The surrounding crowd was still ridiculing him. This kid must be overjoyed. He actually let this kind of trash enter the top 8 of the competition. Morals are degenerating day by day. This kind of person should be directly eliminated. But top 8 is the limit. I don't want to see him win again. Young Thieving Heaven. He really wanted to tell everyone that he was really not that kind of person. But he could not say anything because even he was doubting himself now, he was wavering. The values and sense of honor he had cultivated in his previous life had been bombarded again and again. Now it was beyond recognition. All right, I don't want to advance anymore. If I win this time, I will be in the top 8. I will be able to enter the pond. Young Thieving Heaven was very tired, mentally tired. He did not want to continue fighting. But Feng Yuan had this thought. Top 8, top 4, top 2, all the way to the crown. The rewards obtained by the clan are different. The levels are clear. Even though this is a dream realm, it is not real. But if I help young Thieving Heaven obtain a better ranking, I will undoubtedly obtain better rewards. And these rewards will probably be delayed, allowing young Thieving Heaven in this dream realm to become even stronger. This Thieving Heaven's dream realm was not ordinary. It was alive and did not have a fixed standard. Thus, the stronger young Thieving Heaven was, the greater his influence on the dream realm, and it would be more convenient for Feng Yuan to explore the dream realm. In this exploration of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, Unravel Dream was not effective. It was equivalent to cutting off one of Feng Yuan's arms. Thus, Feng Yuan needed to do his best to increase his chances of success in exploring the dream realm. The second stage of the dream realm is longer than the first stage. I should try and get first place. This is also a test for this kind of dream. Feng Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. However, even though he had a good idea, the opportunity and time to control young Thieving Heaven's body were limited. Feng Yuan could only wait patiently for an opportunity. The dream realm continued. Even though young Thieving Heaven won, he gained infamy and infamy. The external pressure was huge. Other youngsters were actively preparing for the competition and gathering information on their opponents. but young thieving heaven was analyzing himself and examining himself. In fact, he did not dare to face himself. Doubting himself was a very painful thing. This caused young thieving heaven to become thinner and dispirited. Sha Zhao's voice was transmitted. You should refine goo, grandson. Without new goo worms, it will be hard for you to deal with your opponents. You will lose more than you win. Refining mortal goo and refining immortal goo were two completely different concepts, especially when refining rank 1 goo worms. The success rate was relatively high. I can't directly provide you with anything useful, so I can't give you goo worms either. Only if you refine them yourself will you be able to deceive others and not let them discover me. Sha Shao added. After saying this, he transferred a large amount of information into young thieving heaven's mind. Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he saw it. No, this goo worm is too sinister. It actually wants to kill infants and seize their souls to use as goo materials. I would never do such a thing that goes against the harmony of the world. Chapter 1509. Sha Shao gave young thieving heaven a goo recipe, but the latter's expression changed drastically, resolutely refusing to follow the goo recipe. Sha Zhao's eerie voice resounded. Grandson, you don't want to listen to your grandfather? Do you still want to live? Young thieving heaven, however, persisted. Who doesn't want to live? But I have a bottom line in living. This goo recipe is too sinister. I will not follow it. Sha Shao, didn't you want me to get close to that pond? Now that I have entered the top 8, don't you feel it is a pity to kill me now? Ha ha ha. Sha Shao laughed. It is a pity. Just as he said this, young thieving heaven's pupils shrunk as he felt an intense pain assaulting his whole body. Pain, pain, pain. In an instant, he almost fell down and rolled on the ground. However, he immediately used all of his strength to endure it. He hurriedly ran to a deserted corner and leaned against the wall. He gritted his teeth and endured it again and again. At this time, Sha Zhao's voice resounded. You are just a small chess piece. You really think you can negotiate with me after entering the top 8? Do you have such high value? Humph. Who knows how many people want to be my grandson? It is your honor to be able to call me grandfather. Do you know that? At this point, Sha Shao paused and said, Now call me grandpa. Young thieving heaven's expression was distorted. His fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. His whole body was trembling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This was caused by the pain, but also the intense humiliation and anger in his heart that could not be vented. Grandfather. After a long while, young thieving heaven frowned as he spoke with difficulty. Good grandson. Your voice is too soft. Your grandfather is old and could not hear you clearly. Sha Shao laughed sinisterly. Young thieving heaven immediately felt the pain in his body lessen by a lot. It turned out that Sha Shao had slowed down his methods. Young thieving heaven's brows were raised, his eyes flickering with the will to die, but he thought of his family and the woman he loved. He took a deep breath and forcefully endured it, calling out, Hello, grandfather! Ha ha ha. As long as my grandson is obedient, grandfather will do anything. Sha Zhao's laughter was filled with pride. Now, grandpa wants you to refine goo. Can you do it? I can't. Young thieving heaven's face was pale as paper from the pain, but he still persisted in his bottom line. Bastard. Sha Shao was infuriated and suddenly increased the intensity of his attacks. Young thieving heaven whimpered as he fell down the wall. After torturing young thieving heaven for a while, Sha Shao felt a headache when he saw that young thieving heaven refused to compromise. Brat, you have quite a sense of justice. What a pity, what a pity. When I saw you fight so decisively, I thought you were a talent that could be molded. I didn't expect you to still not understand the principle of every man for himself. So what if a baby dies? If he didn't die, you would die. If you died, all your wealth and desires would be for naught. Think about it. Young thieving heaven was already curled up like a shrimp, His whole body was drenched in sweat. He almost fainted from the pain, lying on the ground without a trace of strength. However, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Sha Shao, you should give up on that idea. I'm different from you. I will never build my happiness on the pain of others." Laughable persistence. There are many things in this world that need to be fought over and slaughtered. If you don't fight and kill, how can you survive? What the hell are you thinking? Sha Zhao's voice was cold and filled with extreme disdain. Think about it again. Why were you exiled by the tribe? Wasn't it because the tribe had too few resources and felt that it was a waste of resources to nurture you? So they used the tribe's rules to openly murder you? Young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone brightly. I understand this logic now, but what other people do is their business. If I do it, it is my business. I definitely won't do it. Stubborn fool. Then I will kill you. Sha Shao was furious. He finally reached his limit. But just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. My pitiful son, why did you die like this? Young Thieving Heaven was lying in a corner when he suddenly heard the cries of the mistress in the house. Then the noise in the room became noisy again. Some people were crying, while others were scolding the doctor for being useless. Young Thieving Heaven and Sha Shao listened carefully for a while and understood the reason. The owner of this house had a newborn baby, but he was congenitally deficient and his life was hanging by a thread. Even though the owner spent a lot of money to invite a rank 3 Gu master, he could not save the baby's life, and finally, the baby died on this day. Kid, you seem to have good luck. This baby is enough to refine Gu. He is already dead. Are you going to collect his corpse to refine Gu? Sha Shao laughed, surging with killing intent. If you don't agree, then die now. At worst, I will just change to another chess piece. Young Thieving Heaven was silent for a long time before saying, I agree. That's right. Sha Shao said no more. Young Thieving Heaven took a long time to recover before barely standing up. After this matter, Young Thieving Heaven thoroughly understood that this demon Sha Shao had an extremely unyielding character. He would not go back on his words and could not tolerate any disobedience. In order to return home, Young Thieving Heaven decided to endure the humiliation. According to the tribe's customs, the small competition was temporarily suspended. The remaining youngsters almost did not leave the house. They received the careful guidance of their elders and sharpened their skills at the last minute. In the next few days, Young Thieving Heaven also began to collect the Gu materials recorded in the Gu recipe. Although the process of collecting was bumpy, it was finally completed. That baby's corpse was secretly dug out by Young Thieving Heaven in the middle of the night after the main house buried him. There were still 2 days before the next round of the small competition. On this night, in a remote house with no one around, Young Thieving Heaven began to refine Gu. This Gu recipe was originally very simple, but Grandpa thought that grandson has too little primeval essence, so I had to add many steps. Grandpa has put in a lot of effort, grandson. You must not fail in this Gu refinement. Sha Zhao's voice resounded. He was going to guide Young Thieving Heaven. The Gu refinement officially began. Under Sha Zhao's guidance, Young Thieving Heaven started to process the Gu materials one by one, refining Gu. Because this was indeed his first time refining Gu, Young Thieving Heaven was extremely unaccustomed at the start. Just using fire to process the Gu materials was the simplest step, but he repeatedly made mistakes. If not for Sha Zhao's timely guidance, Young Thieving Heaven would have failed long ago. Sha Shao cursed loudly in anger. But as the Gu refinement continued, Sha Zhao's curses became fewer and fewer. This is the former demon Venerable's talent. Feng Yuan, who had been watching from the side, was also shocked. Young Thieving Heaven displayed his extremely strong talent in Gu refinement. He adapted very quickly from the initial stumbling. To the middle of the process, he stabilized himself and then became steady. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, he even showed a trace of calmness and bearing. There are only 4 steps left before your goo worm will be refined. Sha Shao actually encouraged young Thieving Heaven. Good grandson, work hard and refine this goo worm. Then make me proud in the small competition. Young Thieving Heaven breathed in deeply, his gaze fixed on the baby corpse in front of him. A trace of resolution flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although this baby did not die in my hands, if I use him to refine goo, how can I bear to do so? In any case, goo refinement is easy to fail. If I fail here, Sha Shao can't blame me. Child, I have let you down. Even if you die, I won't let you rest in peace. But I really have no choice. This is all I can do. I hope you can burn in this fire, and your soul can ascend to the heavens. If you can reincarnate, please don't come back. This world is very cruel. Thinking this in his heart, young Thieving Heaven made a wrong step. The fire immediately rose and engulfed the baby corpse. The fire is too strong. Quickly reduce it. Sha Shao said in alarm. I'm working hard. Young Thieving Heaven pretended to be flustered and immediately took action, but instead made the fire burn even stronger. Chapter 1510. No, Grandpa, you misunderstood me. I really can't control this fire. Young Thieving Heaven was still acting. Hee, you dared to deceive me. You're simply not putting me in your eyes. So be it, I won't take your life. Let this fire devour you as well. Do you think goo refinement is simple and safe? You purposely failed the goo refinement. You are courting death. Dai, this is your persistence. You brought this upon yourself. Sha Shao sneered again and again. Before he finished speaking, the fire burst out and enveloped young Thieving Heaven. How can this be? Young Thieving Heaven wanted to charge out, but there was a huge suction force from the fire that made him stay on the spot, unable to move. Seeing that he was about to die in the fire, Fang Yuan discovered that he could control young Thieving Heaven's body again. Why do I feel like I am here to clean up young Thieving Heaven's mess? Fang Yuan felt a little awkward. However, he did not panic. Fang Yuan had already seen the goo recipe that Sha Shao gave young Thieving Heaven. This was a rank 1 goo recipe, and Fang Yuan was a refinement path grandmaster, so he could see it clearly and understand the principles of the goo recipe. Although young Thieving Heaven made a mistake now, in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was not irreversible. Sandpit goo. Fang Yuan controlled young Thieving Heaven's body and threw out sandpit goo at a certain location in the fire. He did not activate this goo worm. Instead, he threw it out as a goo material. The goo had a weak body. It immediately attracted the fire and soon turned into a pile of powder. The suction force of the fire decreased greatly. Fang Yuan took the chance to jump and escape. He rolled on the ground and extinguished the remaining flames on his body. His injuries were severe. Young Thieving Heaven's face, neck, arms, and other places were burned badly, almost beyond recognition. But Fang Yuan did not care about his injuries. He focused all his attention on that fire. Young Thieving Heaven was not out of danger yet because the goo refinement process had not truly ended. If this flame was allowed to continue burning, it would definitely burn young Thieving Heaven again. Thus, Fang Yuan activated the chimney smoke goo and let out smoke, wrapping around this basin-sized flame. Layers and layers of smoke enveloped the flames tightly. As the danger gradually decreased, Fang Yuan also felt that his connection with the flames was rapidly weakening. If this continues, we can use smoke to extinguish the fire and stop the goo refinement. Although you will suffer a bit of backlash, you can still keep your life. Fang Yuan had done his best to reach this point. After all, young Thieving Heaven was too reckless. He wanted to intentionally fail the goo refinement process. This goo refinement instead caused his strength to fall, because he lost the precious sandpit goo. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The smoke was sucked into the heart of the flame. What's going on? Fang Yuan was also caught off guard. But when he saw the baby phantom in the heart of the flame, he immediately understood. There is a huge problem with this baby. It has an extraordinary physique. It is quite strange. The baby was added into the fire as a goo material. Feng Yuan had been observing from the side and did not inspect the baby, so he did not know that there was something strange about the goo material. This change was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. The flames surged again. The baby phantom jumped around in the heart of the flame, pouncing towards young, thieving heaven. Oh no, my life is in danger now. Feng Yuan sighed internally. With young, thieving heaven's death, his dream realm exploration would definitely fail. Seeing that the flames were about to reach young, thieving heaven's body, Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as his mind exploded with inspiration. Got it. He first threw out the chimney smoke goo. Once the chimney smoke goo appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the baby phantom in the heart of the flame. It chirped and pounced, eating the chimney smoke goo. Taking the chance, Feng Yuan took a few steps back and pulled away from the flames. But soon, the flame heart child chewed the chimney smoke goo and pounced towards Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Come, there is still this clear water goo. The clear water goo was also thrown out. The flame heart child swallowed it again. The flames suddenly extinguished. The clear water goo turned into a lump of green liquid in the heart of the flame. It was not melted by the flames. The red flames also turned into an orange-yellow color. Shrouding in a halo, there was no longer any burning aura. It was instead very restrained. The green water and the orange-yellow flames intertwined and floated in the air. Feng Yuan controlled young, thieving heaven's body, and moved forward instead of retreating, arriving in front of this strange lump of water and fire. Sand pit into powder, solidify foundation and nurture essence. Chimney smoke envelopes contain fire essence. Once the clear water appears, heaven and earth will turn upside down. Then use blood, balance yin and yang. Wonderful, wonderful. Saying so, Feng Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it on the strange water and fire. Yeah. When the strange water and fire came into contact with the blood, they suddenly turned into a blue child's phantom image, crying out in joy as they pounced towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He allowed it to hit him. The blue phantom child directly entered young, thieving heaven's aperture, and turned into a rank 2 goo worm. How can this be? Young thieving heaven came back to his senses and was stunned on the spot. Damn, again! Feng Yuan was speechless. Once young thieving heaven was safe, he was thrown aside and became a spectator again. You actually refined a brand new goo worm by accident. Sha Shao also cried out in surprise. No, that's not right. Shortly after, he realized, Rascal, you seem to have a natural instinct once you encounter a life-threatening danger. Your natural instinct will take over, and you will follow your instincts to make the most correct response. It was like this in the arena battle. Now it is also like this in the goo refinement. You are naive, stubborn, and foolish, but your natural instinct is very pragmatic and crafty. You even have talent that is beyond your reach. I admire you. I admire you greatly. Sha Shao laughed as he said this. I refined a new goo? Young thieving heaven had not reacted yet, he said in a daze. That's right, activate it. This new goo is a rank 2 goo. It seems to be a new and unprecedented goo. Even with my experience, I cannot see its effect. Sha Shao said, activating an unfamiliar goo worm was a very dangerous thing. For example, spring-autumn cicada was the best example. But young thieving heaven had just started cultivating and was ignorant, while Sha Shao, who knew the risks, did not care about young thieving heaven's safety. Thus, young thieving heaven foolishly activated this goo worm. Once activated, this goo worm turned into the blue child phantom again. It exited young thieving heaven's aperture and pounced forward. There was a stone stool in front. The blue baby phantom entered the stone stool and came out again, returning to young Thieving Heaven's aperture and turning back into a goo worm. The stone stool was undamaged. Young Thieving Heaven walked forward and touched it. Bam! With a soft sound, the stone stool turned into a pile of rocks. Young Thieving Heaven was shocked. He could not help but take a step back, looking at the pile of rock powder on the ground in shock. Amazing! Sha Shao immediately praised. This goo worm is extremely powerful. It is one of the top-tier, rank 2 goo worms in the current era. More importantly, it seems to have the ability to penetrate defenses. Look carefully. The stone stool is crumbling from the inside. Sha Zhao's eyes were experienced. He saw many mysteries at once. Young Thieving Heaven was still a little confused. Sha Shao looked at his aperture again and praised again. Amazing! Look at your aperture. You only used 10% of your primeval essence to activate this goo worm. It is unimaginable. This is a rank 2 goo worm. It is so powerful, but it only uses 10% of rank 1 green copper primeval essence. But I only have D grade aptitude. My primeval essence is at most 20%. I can only use this goo worm twice. Young Thieving Heaven had a worried expression. What do you know? With this goo worm, you will be invincible. The first place in the competition will be within reach. No one will be able to defend against this goo worm. Sha Shao scoffed. With this goo I can get first place? Young Thieving Heaven stared with wide eyes. Once this goo worm is activated, it will turn into a blue baby phantom that pounces at the enemy. You have also seen its speed. It is shockingly fast. Rank 3 goo masters might be able to barely dodge it, but rank 1 and rank 2 goo masters will be hit as long as they get close enough. They will not be able to dodge. Sha Shao continued to analyze as he muttered, considering all the abilities and uses of this goo worm, let's call it Sneak Attack Goo. This goo worm was created by young Thieving Heaven, but Sha Shao took the initiative to give this goo worm a name. Sneak Attack Goo! Young Thieving Heaven frowned and wanted to object. Chapter 1511. Western Desert, Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Young Thieving Heaven stepped onto the stage again. His appearance stunned the surrounding clansmen. What does this mean? Why is this despicable kid wrapped in bandages? He seems to be heavily injured. There was no helping it. Although young Thieving Heaven refined Sneak Attack Goo with Fang Yuan's help, the injuries he suffered during the refinement process could not be healed. Thus, although young Thieving Heaven continued to participate in the competition, he was heavily injured. Young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he did not want to continue participating in the competition, but Sha Shao forced him to continue. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to participate, and his opponent this time was the grandson of an elder in the clan. Seeing young Thieving Heaven's heavily injured appearance, he took a few steps back and looked at young Thieving Heaven with extreme caution. What kind of crafty plot are you playing this time? The elder's grandson shouted coldly. You think I will fall for your trick and be deceived by you pretending to be heavily injured? You are underestimating me too much. That's right. You need to be careful when dealing with him. Don't be deceived by him. Isn't this method of feigning weakness a little too childish? But considering his age, it is understandable. This kid is ignorant and incompetent. He does not have much strength. He relied on unorthodox methods to reach top 8. Discussions broke out among the surrounding crowd. Young Thieving Heaven could not help but roll his eyes. He was truly speechless. The Goo Master in charge was also speechless. He had an investigative goo worm. He had already found out that young Thieving Heaven's injuries were very serious, and they were genuine. But because Fang Yuan's previous performance was too devious, the impression he left on others was too deep. Even though young Thieving Heaven was injured, they were still suspicious and did not dare to believe it. Young Thieving Heaven's opponent even took a few steps back. He was extremely cautious. Since that is the case, young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly. His lips suddenly curled up as his gaze and expression changed slightly. It turned out that Fang Yuan had taken control of young, thieving Heaven's body again during the battle. Come, let me test sneak attack Gu in battle. Fang Yuan willed and activated this rank 2 Gu worm. A blue baby figure flew out of young, thieving Heaven's aperture. What? The old man's grandson cried out in shock. Before he could even react, the blue baby shadow had already pounced onto his body. Fortunately, I was careful and activated my defensive Gu at the first moment, not giving the opponent any chance. The speed of the blue infant was extremely fast. The old grandson could only spit out 2 words, but his mind was churning with thoughts. However, this was the last thought he had before he fainted. Pooh! In the next moment, the grandson suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Then he immediately fell to the ground and fainted, unable to get up again. Fang Yuan won. There was silence in the arena. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes as the blue baby figure came out of the old grandson's body and jumped into young, thieving Heaven's aperture again. Despicable. He used a sneaky move again. What did he use? The speed was too fast. I actually did not see it clearly. It seems to be a rank 2 Gu worm. What the hell is that? I only saw a blue baby figure. My intuition tells me that this blue baby figure is not simple. This time, not only the mortals watching the battle, even those rank 2 Gu masters were moved. The debut of sneak attack Gu stunned the audience. Next, in the following battles, young thieving Heaven repeatedly used sneak attack Gu. His battles were very straightforward. There were only a few steps. Get on the stage, activate sneak attack Gu, defeat the opponent, win. Young thieving Heaven's advantage was too huge. He immediately suppressed all the competitors. The audience was stunned. Without any surprise, young thieving Heaven smoothly obtained first place in the competition. Such a result made everyone's jaws drop. He actually hit a trump card. This kid pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is too sinister and cunning. Yes, he clearly has such strength, but he still did it. But this also shows his true nature. Even though young thieving Heaven obtained first place, his tribesmen were still dissatisfied. Being constantly harmed by Fang Yuan, young thieving Heaven was too unpopular. Ordinary people pointed at young thieving Heaven and whispered to each other, while the tribe's higher-ups focused their attention on sneak attack Gu. This Gu worm is so powerful. What is its origin? That kid is a poor commoner. How could he have such a top-quality Gu worm? I've looked into it. He's been living in the tribe since he was born. Only this year he was exiled. It is very likely that he obtained this Gu worm during the process of being exiled. You are saying this kid is very likely to have inherited some senior's inheritance. Yes, your analysis is very reasonable. This is very possible. This brat is fine. The crucial thing is that this rank 2 Gu worm is really powerful. You have already seen its offensive power. It is very amazing. It can still be activated by a rank 1 Gu master. It means that the primeval essence consumption is extremely small. This is a top-quality Gu worm. As long as our tribe is equipped with this Gu on a large scale, our strength will definitely rise sharply. At that time, we will go on expeditions everywhere and will definitely be able to seize an even larger oasis. The tribe leader said excitedly. His eyes flickered with the flame of ambition. Sneak attack Gu was a rank 2 Gu. After it displayed its power, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups. This was already within Fang Yuan's expectations. Young thieving Heaven was under his control. He could naturally avoid using sneak attack Gu in battle. But Fang Yuan took the initiative to use it openly. He naturally had his own plans. I want to test what will happen to this dream realm because of my choice. Although sneak attack Gu was exposed and attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups will definitely want to mass produce this Gu and equip the tribe's Gu masters. Sneak attack, Gu, was rank 2. This rank was just right. If it was too low, rank 1 Gu's power would be weak and there was little meaning in mass producing it. If it was too high, rank 3 Gu's value would be too high and hard to mass produce. At the same time, there were few rank 3 Gu masters in the tribe. Only rank 2 Gu was in the middle, suitable for mass production and equipment. It was impossible for the tribe's higher-ups not to be moved. But even so, they want the Gu recipe and the extra Gu worms. After all, there is only one sneak attack Gu, and as long as they get the Gu recipe, they can mass produce countless of them. If the tribe's higher-ups want to obtain the Gu recipe, they will most likely recruit young Thieving Heaven and show goodwill, not force him. This logic was very simple. If they suppressed him, young Thieving Heaven would likely retaliate and resist stubbornly. If he refused to hand it over no matter what, the tribe's efforts would be in vain. If he had resentment and handed over an incomplete Gu recipe or tampered with it, the tribe would suffer huge losses. So the best situation was for young Thieving Heaven to voluntarily hand over the Gu recipe. Sure enough, as the dream realm continued to deduce, as Feng Yuan expected, the tribe's higher-ups all extended olive branches to young Thieving Heaven. They either invited him to their homes as guests or personally gifted him goods, taking the initiative to approach him. Furthermore, some even wanted to marry off their daughters and take young Thieving Heaven as their son-in-law. At once, young Thieving Heaven was popular everywhere. He was extremely popular. Good grandson, you have struck it rich. However, you can't keep this sneak attack Gu recipe, but you can exchange it for a huge amount of benefits. If you manipulate it well, you can even squeeze into the tribe's higher-ups. He. Sha Zhao's voice resounded again. Young Thieving Heaven, however, was unwilling to hand over the Gu recipe, even if he was beaten to death. If I hand over the Gu recipe, I'm afraid even more babies will suffer. Although young Thieving Heaven was upright and had a bottom line, he was after all an otherworldly demon. With his previous life's experiences, he knew that behind the strength of an organization, there were often thick darkness and filth. Then you can hold on for now. Every few days you will go to the pond at the center of the oasis and choose the prize for winning the competition. Don't forget what grandfather instructed you, grandson. Sha Shao stopped laughing, his voice returning to its previous cold state. Don't worry, I won't forget. Young Thieving Heaven guaranteed. 3 days later, he and the other 7 people were indeed led by the tribe elders through the blockade and arrived at the edge of the oasis pond. This was an important resource area of the tribe. At the same time, there was a natural spirit spring in the pond that produced Yuan stone. It was the foundation of the tribe's survival. Young Thieving Heaven's tribe not only planted many Gu materials around the pond, they even opened up underground caves around it, storing a large number of Gu worms. Because young Thieving Heaven was the winner, he came to the A cave and chose the top quality Gu worms inside. He had just stepped in when Sha Zhao's excited voice suddenly resounded. It's here. I sense a thick immortal Gu aura. What immortal Gu? Young Thieving Heaven asked. Feng Yuan also had the same doubts. At the same time, Feng Yuan was also somewhat shocked. He had not expected the inheritance here to actually involve Gu immortal level. But right at this time, Feng Yuan's vision darkened. He once again fell into the dream realm, his soul rapidly melting. After waiting for a long time, Feng Yuan's soul unknowingly left the dream realm. Why did I come out? Feng Yuan felt a trace of surprise. This means I also passed the second stage? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan immediately sensed. Quasi-Great Grandmaster, my theft path attainment has actually risen. I am only a step away from Great Grandmaster level. Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body. He quickly opened his eyes shining with bright light. He was both surprised and happy. Quasi-Great Grandmaster Realm. This was a new personal record for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's various paths all had Grandmaster Realm attainment. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never had a path reach such an achievement. Chapter 1512. Western Desert, Tang Clan's Immortal Formation Space. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged, resting with his eyes closed. He scanned his soul with his mind. His original 10 million man soul level soul foundation had now fallen to a million man soul level, and it was only slightly more than a million man soul level. In the first stage of the dream realm, my soul foundation was over 9 million man soul. Now that I have passed the second stage, I only have over a million man soul. I am almost at 100,000 man soul level. Fang Yuan silently compared the difference between the two. The second stage of the dream realm was longer than the first stage, and the soul expenditure was even higher. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal with a slightly weaker soul foundation, they would not be able to endure it. Not to mention one stage, they would not even be able to pass half a stage. All of this showed that this thieving heaven dream realm that Fang Yuan was facing was extremely difficult to explore. It was hard on Tang Clan and Tang Fangming. After so many years of hard work, they were like newborn babies trying to gnaw on a huge rock that was as hard as steel. Tang Fangming was still able to create so many dream path mortal Gu. This person has great talent and talent. He is quite extraordinary. Fang Yuan thought of his previous life. 500 years ago, Tang Fangming created the dream path immortal Move Steel Dream. In the past, Fang Yuan thought that Shadow Sect was behind this, but after exploring 2 stages of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, he felt that Steel Dream was more likely to be created by Tang Fangming. The first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm made Fang Yuan's theft path attainment rise to Grandmaster level. After passing the second stage, Fang Yuan's theft path attainment rose to quasi-great Grandmaster. I am still a step away from true great Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan meditated. He could feel the beautiful future that seemed to be right in front of him. I will explore one more stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. If I succeed, I will definitely reach theft path great Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan thought of this. Even with his extraordinary composure, he could not help but feel a burning desire in his heart. There was a huge difference between great Grandmaster and Grandmaster. Grandmaster level was to understand yin and yang, the universe, to know the profundities of the universe, to transcend mortals, to become an immortal among immortals, a sage among sages. At Grandmaster level, one could comprehend other paths by analogy. Using the methods of his main sect, he simulated the advantages and characteristics of other sections. For example, in Heifan's True Inheritance, there was a move called 100 Years Harmony. This was a time path killer move, but it had the effect of information path. As for the martial Grandmaster realm, one's understanding of a school of thought was already close to the Tao. One's understanding of that school of thought had already reached the limits of the world. It could be said to have exhausted all the mysteries of this sect. The deceased Blazing Heaven Demoness was a fire path great Grandmaster, and the current rank 8 Gu Immortal Old Ancestor Shui, who is also a snow path great Grandmaster. At this level, Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely sensitive to fire path Tao marks. Thus, she'd added a trace of fire Tao marks onto every single fire Tao material before plotting against Fang Yuan. Old Ancestor Shui, who could easily dismantle all sorts of immortal killer moves. He could use them freely. Earlier, in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had cleverly dismantled his signature battlefield killer move and used it against strong enemies like Celestial Court, gaining the upper hand. Grandmasters of Array, Tao, could directly use the Tao marks that existed in nature to set up arrays. Often, they only needed to expend some mortal Gu to set up an immortal Gu formation at a specific location. As for above Great Grandmaster, there was another level, Supreme Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster was someone who had exhausted all the profundities of the path of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan became a theft path Great Grandmaster, He would have a clear understanding of the theft path profundities of the entire world. There was almost nothing that he did not understand about theft path. Thus, Great Grandmaster was someone who had completely comprehended a certain path of heaven and earth. Supreme Grandmaster, on the other hand, had to innovate and take a step forward, obtaining the profundities of the path that even heaven and earth did not have, directly surpassing the entire world. Grandmaster attainment level normally required hundreds of years of accumulation. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had accumulated blood path Grandmaster attainment level in 500 years. Great Grandmaster attainment level required thousands or even thousands of years of accumulation. Some rank 8 Gu immortals had such attainment level. As for Supreme Grandmaster, it was not a simple matter of accumulation, but talent and aptitude. Without such shocking talent and aptitude, even if one lived for 10,000 years, they could not become a Supreme Grandmaster. Thus, since ancient times, Supreme Grandmaster Gu immortals were extremely rare. Everyone recognized the 10 Venerables as Supreme Grandmasters. Besides them, there were also some legendary figures, like the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, Old Ancestor Mao, Old Eccentric Tiannan, and Old Immortal Kongju. Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster attainment levels. I can rely on dream realms to rise continuously. But for Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, it is impossible to rely on dream realms. Fang Yuan understood in his heart. This was very obvious. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was about creating something from nothing, and these dream realms were the legacy of their predecessors. Thus, by relying on dream realms to raise attainment level, the highest one could reach was Great Grandmaster level. Once I reach Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, even if there are many dream realms in Thieving Heaven, I will not be able to raise my Theft Path attainment level in them. This was also the foundation of Fang Yuan and Tang Clan's cooperation. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was too big. Fang Yuan's appetite was limited. Even if he was full, Tang Clan would still have a lot left. Thus, after Fang Yuan expressed this reason, Tang Clan was willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. If there were few dream realms in Thieving Heaven, and Fang Yuan took them all, why would Tang Clan cooperate with Fang Yuan? In the following days, Fang Yuan made preparations for his third exploration of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. The main point was to cultivate his soul. But in his free time, Fang Yuan would give pointers to Tang Fangming, teaching him the secrets of Dream Path. Tang Fangming benefited greatly, even though Fang Yuan had only imparted him some shallow Dream Path knowledge. To Tang Fangming, what he lacked was a beacon of light that could guide him. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The creation of any path was the most difficult at the beginning. Once the beginning was over, following the prescribed order, there would be rapid development. For Fang Yuan, the reason why he gave pointers to Tang Fangming, other than fulfilling the alliance agreement and making it easier for him to explore the dream realms, was to plan for the future, to imitate spectral soul strategy, to support the 4 regions, to surround Central Continent and resist the Celestial Court. Time passed quickly. Over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. The third stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm will be even more difficult. 10 million man soul is not safe. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to continue cultivating to reach 100 million man soul. If his soul foundation was insufficient, once his soul was exhausted in the dream realm, it would be the same as death. Even if he had a body without a soul, he would be like a vegetable. Maybe I can deduce a dream path killer move to reduce the consumption of the soul in the dream realm. This idea flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but Fang Yuan rejected it. Fang Yuan's dream path attainment level was ordinary, not even at quasi-master level. Dream path immortal move? Forget about it. Then there was only one path in front of Fang Yuan. That was to increase his soul path foundation and advance to 100 million man soul. However, His plan soon met with an obstacle. Guts goo were in short supply. Fang Yuan placed Dang Hun Mountain in Lang, Ye blessed land. Land spirit of Langya personally led this secluded domain of heaven and earth to produce Guts goo. However, Guts goo did not appear out of thin air. It needed to consume souls. The higher the quality and quantity of souls, the more Guts goo Dang Hun Mountain could produce. The problem lay in the soul. Fang Yuan needed a lot of Guts goo, but Land Spirit of Langya did not have enough souls to produce them. Earlier, Guts goo could be produced on a large scale because Fang Yuan ordered Shadow Sex people to explore Taichio. They killed some desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Right now, Shadow Sex people were by Fang Yuan's side. The soul storage that was left in Langya's sect had been used up in these days. Fang Yuan thought about it. Rather than going back and killing the desolate beasts in Taichio to take their souls, he might as well get the materials nearby. Western Desert was like Northern Plains. It was vast. There was a unique place in Western Desert that was suitable for Fang Yuan. Yu Chan is dead. The dragonfish business has already dominated the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. In the next few years, no one should be able to match me. Fang Yuan planned to use these profits to manage his immortal aperture and not to buy souls. Using them to buy souls was a loss. Fang Yuan thought of a wise saying, "Do it yourself and you will get what you need." Thus, Fang Yuan informed Tang Fangming of the situation. He brought the Shadow Sect members and left the immortal formation, rushing towards that special desert. Chapter 1513. Fang Yuan rode on the auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. His speed was not fast, but his surroundings were filled with dense immortal goo aura. The auspicious cloud beneath his feet was not ordinary. It originated from a certain luck path true inheritance in Heifan Grotto Heaven. After Fang Yuan's deductions and modifications, its effect had greatly increased. The auspicious cloud's direction did not move according to Fang Yuan's will. It followed the profundities of luck path. Even Fang Yuan did not know when this auspicious cloud would change direction or where it would go. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing: this random, auspicious cloud killer move relied on luck path. After leaving Tang Clan, Fang Yuan spent several days to arrive here. This was Green Ghost Desert, a famous, dangerous place in Western Desert. For over 100,000 years, many Western Desert goo immortals had died here. The sky above Green Ghost Desert was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds all year round. Sunlight could not be seen. It was dark and gloomy. On the surface of the desert, there was a large amount of vegetation. Most of them were ghost crine trees. These trees were not tall. Their branches were twisted and looked like demons dancing around, bearing their fangs and claws. Every time a cold and gloomy wind blew over, these ghost weeping trees would gently shake and let out mournful shrieks or eerie and terrifying howls. Howl, howl, howl. The ghost wailing tree wailed as a soul beast quietly scuttled out and approached Fang Yuan from behind, slowly raising its sides in both arms. This soul beast's front half was like a cockroach. It had long and sharp arms, while its back half had a long tail like a python. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. The soul beast raised its scythe arms to the limit, before charging towards Fang Yuan's back, its arms slashing down at lightning speed. In an instant, victory was decided. The soul beast's body froze in the air before falling to the ground. But Fang Yuan acted in time. He waved his sleeves as a formless force enveloped this desolate level soul beast's corpse, sending it to him. The soul beast's corpse turned into black dust, dissipating with the wind. Fang Yuan did not stop it. After a while, there was only a glass-like soul core left in his hand. The soul core was heavy. It was dark blue and almost black. Fang Yuan held it in his hand like he was holding a wine jar. This was a rank 6 immortal material, the essence of a soul beast. Like how when a mud monster dies, its mud core would fall down, becoming its only remnant. Soul beasts had soul cores too. Soul beasts, mud monsters, blood beasts, shadow monsters, phantom beasts, these were all Tao beasts. They contained pure and rich Tao marks of a certain path. Feng Yuan inspected it. He did not find anything amiss. He threw this soul core into the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, there was already a small basin of soul cores. Most were rank 6 soul cores, some were rank 7, but there were no rank 8 soul cores that came from immemorial soul beasts. With Feng Yuan's battle strength, it was easy for him to exterminate these desolate level soul beasts and ancient soul beasts. He came to Green Ghost Desert. Along the way, many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts came to find trouble with him. Feng Yuan barged into their territory. They naturally retaliated. Among them, most were soul beasts. Feng Yuan had ghostly concealment, but the auspicious cloud could not be concealed. These soul beasts' target was the auspicious cloud. They ignored Feng Yuan. They were all killed by Feng Yuan. The birth of soul beasts was actually related to 2 demon venerables. One was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He destroyed fake goo, creating a hole in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Many things escaped from the restrictions of fate. After death, the soul would not only return to the door of life and death. Many souls would also stay in the world. The second was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He created Soul Path. He could manifest souls and create soul beasts. Of course, a portion of the current soul beasts were naturally produced in places with dense soul path Tao marks. The era was constantly changing. From the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, until now, the world of the 5 regions had changed a lot. Thus, these soul cores could replace souls. They could be digested by Dang Hun Mountain and produced large numbers of guts goo. But the quality of these soul cores could not compare to a goo immortal soul. At most, they were comparable to other fierce beasts and plants. How long has it been since I entered Green Ghost Desert? I have already obtained so many soul cores. I really hope I can control this place. Feng Yuan thought to himself, if he could control this place, he would have an endless supply of guts goo. It could push his soul foundation to the highest peak and even bring good fortune to others. Whoosh! Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, a piercing sound of air being torn could be heard from behind him. A giant scorpion flew towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. This scorpion was completely black. It had a peculiar shape. Its body was like a giant disc. Its long tail was outside the disc. There were also 2 pincers that flickered with eerie light. It attacked Feng Yuan with a terrifying aura. This is the immemorial, desolate, beast circular scorpion. This scorpion is a wisdom path fierce beast. Its favorite food is soul beasts. Instantly, a series of information flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan's ghostly concealment could prevent any soul beast from detecting him, but it could not help other fierce beasts. Abandoning Xianyin, Feng Yuan turned around and escaped. Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. It was not like he could not deal with this immemorial, desolate beast. However, his goal was not to fight to the death with this circular scorpion, but to collect as many soul cores as possible. Feng Yuan retreated while the circular scorpion chased after him. But after chasing for a while, Feng Yuan used his abundant methods to successfully shake off the circular scorpion. Green Ghost Desert was full of danger. Feng Yuan was not safe here. In the next few days, Feng Yuan hunted soul beasts while cultivating soul path and accumulating his soul foundation. If he encountered an existence like the circular scorpion, Feng Yuan would focus on dodging as much as possible. Not only Feng Yuan hunted, but also the Shadow Sect members. The soul cores obtained by the immortals were given to the land spirit of Lengya to produce a large number of guts goo. After half a month, Feng Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. My soul foundation is enough. It is time to change tactics. Feng Yuan instructed the Shadow Sect immortals to stop killing soul beasts and focus on capturing subduing and enslaving them. Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance. He had many effective methods to enslave soul beasts. The only thing restricting him was the lack of soul path and enslavement path immortal goo. With the immortals' hard work, they soon controlled a large group of soul beasts. There were about 60 desolate level soul beasts and about 20 ancient soul beasts. Soul beasts of all shapes and sizes formed armies that rampaged through the Green Ghost Desert. When they encountered lone soul beasts or small groups of soul beasts, Fang Yuan would command these soul beasts to charge and beat them up. Sometimes they could not control them and were killed to take their soul cores. Sometimes the soul beasts were dying and were enslaved by Fang Yuan and the rest. Chapter 1514. Green Ghost Desert. The sky was always covered with dark clouds. The light was dim. A small group of soul beasts was moving forward in the desert. What was different was that there were 3 Gu immortals among this soul beast group. 2 were captured, 1 was in charge. Hee, Fang Clan's 2 lads, have you thought it through? The Gu immortal in charge was wearing a gray-white robe. He had a sharp nose, narrow eyes, and a goatee. He was sitting on the back of a bull-shaped ancient soul beast, looking at the 2 Gu immortal captives beside him with a gloomy and smug gaze. Fang Lang and Fang Yin had rank 6 cultivation level. They looked clean and refreshed, but in fact their souls were chained by dark gray soul chains. It could be said that they were tied up and could not move at all. Fang Lang was slightly older. He had a square face and was silent. Fang Yin, on the other hand, was slightly younger. His eyes and brows were rather bright and handsome, and his temperament was also rather lively. Upon hearing this, he said, "Old Ghost by June, it's not impossible for us to reply to the clan, but if you bind our souls, we won't be able to use our communication technique. You might as well loosen these soul chains. I will send a letter to the clan." Old Ghost by June snorted coldly. "You are the most slippery brat. You want to deceive me to loosen your chains? You only need an instant to escape with that cloud body of yours. I spent so much effort to capture you. Do you think I am so easy to deceive?" Fang Yun quickly said, "How would I dare to deceive Senior? But what you said is the truth. Look, it's like this, Fang Yin had not finished speaking when his body suddenly shuddered. He let out a miserable howl. Old Ghost by June snickered, while Fang Lung shouted furiously, "Stop! Don't hurt my clan brother!" Old Ghost by June was annoyed. "It seems you too are used to acting like tyrants. You still haven't recognized your current situation. Humph, then I will let you know." Saying so, he activated his method again, even torturing Fang Lung. Fang Lung grunted, his brows tightly furrowed, but he did not make a sound. Only his body shuddered more intensely. Old Ghost by June tortured them for a while. Seeing that the 2 Fang clansmen were pale as paper, sweating profusely and shivering, he stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, "If it was an ordinary wandering cultivator, I would have killed him." However, these 2 people's background was not small. The Fang clan was a super force in the Western Desert. If I rashly killed him, Fang clan would definitely be able to find the real culprit in the future. Fang clan's second supreme elder Fang Dichong was a famous wisdom path expert in Western Desert. Moreover, it will attract the Fang clan to search the Green Ghost Desert, which will hinder Master's grand plan. But if I let the 2 of them go, when Master asks about it in the future, I'm afraid he'll blame me for lowering his prestige. The only plan now was to tie up the 2 of them and ask for ransom from Fang clan before setting up an alliance. This way, I can have the best of both worlds. Old Ghost by June thought for a while and looked at the 2 captives. Fang Lang and Fang Yin were panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, they were tortured to the point of exhaustion. Old Ghost by June sneered and said, "Even a man made of iron can't withstand such a method. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid that you 2 won't give in. How is it? Would you like to try it again? Fong Lang gritted his teeth. Old ghost, just kill us. Fong Yun shouted, Don't attack, I'll contact the tribe, all right? Old Ghost by June saw Fong Yun's fearful expression and laughed heartily. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Why aren't you attacking? Fong Yun wailed. Senior Old Ghost, this junior is speaking the truth. If you don't remove the restraints, Junior really can't send a message back. Old Ghost by June immediately became furious. You are quibbling again. Saying so, he activated his method again and tortured the two Fong clan immortals. After a while, Fong Lang and Fong Yin were even more unbearable. Their bodies were like mud as they collapsed on the back of the soul beasts, not moving. Have you thought it through? Old Ghost by June sneered. Fong Lang did not speak, while Fong Yin said, I have thought it through, I have thought it through. I wonder if Senior Old Ghost has thought it through? Me. What have I thought through? Old Ghost by June asked in confusion. Senior, we are both Fong clan go immortals. Senior is a lone cultivator. If you offend Fong clan, I'm afraid your life will be turbulent in the future. Why don't you let us go and form a good relationship with our Fong clan? Isn't that good? Fong Yun chuckled. Old Ghost by June immediately became furious. Kid, do you think I, Old Ghost, am afraid of your Fong clan? Humph. If I were afraid of your Fong clan, would I extort you? Senior's actions are nothing more than to form a non-aggression agreement with our Fong clan. Junior admits that Junior was muddle-headed in today's matter and offended Senior. I hope Senior can forgive me if I have offended you. Fong Yun's voice was intermittent. Humph, if you admit defeat now, why did you come to find trouble with me again and again? It's too late. Old Ghost by June's tone was firm, but he was inwardly cursing. His intention had already been guessed by the two Fong clan go immortals. It would be somewhat difficult to force them to submit. Fong Yun continued to persuade. Senior wants to punish this junior. This junior will accept it. Actually, this junior has quite a bit of property in the clan. As long as Senior lets us go, we can directly form an alliance agreement. We will not invade each other. We will treat this matter as if it never happened. And we will also give Senior a lot of compensation. This way, we won't let the clan know about this scandal. This will damage our prestige in the clan too much. Old Ghost by June chuckled. You think I don't know? What prestige do you, Fong Yin, have in Fong clan? But this brother of yours, Fong Lang, is an outstanding talent among rank 6s. He is the future star of Fong clan. Fong Yan's heart sank. He did not expect Old Ghost by June to have such clear information about them. But he still tried his best to say, Isn't it good that we can settle this privately? If it gets out of hand, it might not end well. Old Ghost by June shook his head. No, who do you think you are? I want to discuss with your Fong clan's first supreme elder. Other than compensating me, you are not allowed to take a step into Green Ghost Desert for the next few 100 years. Fong Ling's and Fong Yun's expressions immediately changed. Fong Ling spoke. Old Ghost by June, are you still coveting this Green Ghost Desert? Your appetite is too big. Be careful that you don't get too full. Old Ghost by June laughed loudly. Although I have rank 7 cultivation, I am close to rank 8. Fong Ling shook his head. So what? Do you dare to undergo tribulation? Old Ghost by June stroked his goatee. Of course I don't dare. But not daring now doesn't mean I won't dare in the future. Saying so, he hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind. Never mind, I'll make you give up. Take a look at this goo in my hand. Fong Yun and Fong Lang immediately raised their heads and looked, seeing a ladybug-like goo in Old Ghost by June's hand. This goo was like a sapphire, the size of a small bowl. Its thick and round shell was decorated with countless golden stars. These golden specks of light constantly flickered, flourishing and ever-changing, dazzling one's eyes. Fong Yun's and Fong Lang's hearts shook fiercely. Unconcealable shock appeared in their eyes. Fan Ling's eyes opened wide, speechless for a moment. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. Fan Yun cried out involuntarily. Old Ghost by June said proudly, "Let me tell you, this rank 8 immortal goo is called Soul Beast Token. It can let me enslave soul beasts. At rank 8 level, I can enslave immemorial soul beasts. It doesn't need rank 8 immortal essence. I can use it now. Do you know what this means?" Fan Lung and Fan Yin looked at each other, feeling shocked. The significance of this was too great. With this rank 8 immortal goo, Old Ghost by June could slowly control the immemorial soul beasts, then the soul beast army, and even the whole of Green Ghost Desert. In Green Ghost Desert, there were countless soul beasts. To others, this was a dangerous place, but to Old Ghost by June, it was a blessed land. No wonder you have such ambitions. You want to control this place and use the immemorial soul beasts to help you pass tribulation smoothly and become rank 8. Fan Lung said bitterly. Fan Yin continued. But in the vicinity of Green Ghost Desert, my Fan clan is the closest super clan. As long as you reach an agreement with our Fan clan, Senior will have the safest cultivation environment. Right? It's good that you two know this. Old Ghost by June's eyes flickered with sharp light. Actually, I have to thank you two for coming at such a good time. One of you is the great-grandson of Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder, while the other is the adopted son of second Supreme Elder. Although you are only rank 6, you are very important. Fan Lung and Fan Yun were silent. Fan Lung thought, this Old Ghost by June is truly a good schemer. With this soul beast token immortal goo, everything will be different. With an immemorial soul beast by his side, Old Ghost by June should be treated as a quasi-rank 8 existence. If the clan wants to deal with him, they have to be extremely careful. Most importantly, Old Ghost by June has captured us. It is indeed the best bargaining chip for negotiation. Sai, if I knew this, I would not have listened to Clan Brother's instigation and come here to take the risk. Just as he was thinking, Fan Lung suddenly heard Fan Yin shout, "Clan Brother, quickly look over there." Fan Yin's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Fan Lung curiously looked over, only to see that in the sky of Green Ghost Desert, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the sunlight. But right now, there was a white cloud slowly flying under the thick, dark clouds, gradually approaching. Fan Lung was slightly dazed, suddenly thinking of the conversation he had with Fan Yin before leaving. Fan Lung, you are really daring. You actually dared to take the risk in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yin smiled. Don't worry, Clan Brother. I asked my father to make a deduction before leaving. He deduced that this trip will be daunting but not dangerous, and we will even meet a benefactor along the way, gaining great benefits. Fan Lung frowned. Not to mention that Green Ghost Desert is a place with few people. If we meet someone, how do you know that person is our benefactor? Fan Yin patted Fan Lung's shoulder. So I asked Lord Father. He said that when I see a white cloud, I will have met a benefactor. Fan Lung was dazed before sneering, "White cloud." As everyone knows, Green Ghost Desert is covered in layers of dark clouds. How can there be a white cloud? After thinking for a while, Fan Lung also turned to look at the white cloud in the sky, thinking, could it be that the benefactor's second Supreme Elder mentioned is here? Chapter 15:15. Rumble. The vast and mighty army of soul beasts galloped across the Green Ghost Desert and kicked up a huge cloud of dust. And far ahead of the soul beast army, a pure white, auspicious cloud was flying. It was Fan Yuan's immortal killer move, Random Auspicious Cloud. Fan Yuan came to Green Ghost Desert to search for soul cores. He did not have a specific target. Thus, these last days, he had let Random Auspicious Cloud lead the way. The effect was good. He had annexed some small-sized soul beast groups. Thus, this soul beast army was much larger than before. Their numbers were shocking. But at this number, I have already reached the limit of my abilities. Feng Yuan sat on the back of the soul beast. His body moved up and down as the soul beast galloped. He felt some regret. Every existence had their own abilities and limits. Feng Yuan controlled so many soul beasts. He had already reached the limit. He could not have more. On one hand, controlling these soul beasts also tested his soul foundation. 90 million man-soul was his limit. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had too few soul path immortal goo. He had 1 rank 7 change soul and 1 rank 6 cleanse soul. Change soul immortal goo was a trump card because it was the core immortal goo of the killer moved change soul in dream. It could not be used casually. As for rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo, it was used by Feng Yuan for myriad self-killer move and his own soul path cultivation. It was very useful. Right now, he was using it as a replacement to barely control these soul beasts. It could be said that he was doing many things at once. Like cleanse soul immortal goo were used to a high degree. But Feng Yuan was raising this goo to do something different. It was far more profitable than raising change soul immortal goo. But this way, cleanse soul immortal goo could not split into 2. It was hard to take care of everything. I need more soul path immortal goo. Rank 7 would be best. Goo refinement was not possible. Refining rank 7 soul path immortal goo was a tempting idea, but Feng Yuan lacked resources. He could not support a large-scale goo refinement. After all, he had invested too much recently. He had refined many immortal goo. In terms of profits, there was little. Only the dragonfish business was worth looking forward to. I have many wisdom path immortal goo. I can use these wisdom path immortal goo as replacements. But the killer moves needed to be modified. After returning to Lang, blessed land, I will use the light of wisdom to modify a suitable killer move. Feng Yuan's expression was calm as he continued to plot. The Shadow Sect Immortals were at the 4 corners of the beast horde, commanding the soul beast troops for Feng Yuan. At the same time, they were scouting around. There were countless soul beasts in the green ghost desert, and these soul beasts were resources that Feng Yuan desired very much. I'm at 90 million man-soul now. The soul nucleus I've obtained this time is enough for me to ascend to 100 million man-soul. However, even if I reach 100 million man-soul, I am only halfway through the soul cultivation journey recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. I am far from reaching the peak. The 100 million man-soul was the limit of a mortal soul. Once it reached this point, it would be impossible to advance any further. But that was before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroys fake goo, this restriction will also be broken. The mortal soul could continue to advance, but no one knew how to advance. In fact, at that time it was already quite amazing to have a million-man soul. Until Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path. Using his Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level, he innovated and found the method to continue advancing to 100 million man-soul. According to Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, above 100 million man-soul was Desolate Soul. 100 million man-soul allowed a person's soul to turn from phantom to solid. It could directly interfere with the real world, unlike the previous illusory body. But even so, 100 million man-soul was still relatively weak. This was the innate weakness of humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. They had high comprehension ability, but in terms of physical body and soul, they were far inferior to other life forms. However, once one left 100 million man-soul and advanced to Desolate Soul, just the soul alone would have battle strength comparable to Desolate level soul beasts. According to the path of Desolate Soul, one could cultivate all the way to the peak. That would be 100 million Desolate Soul. This was the level of soul cultivation. It was also the limit that the world could contain. It was also the terrifying giant statue of Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. main body that Fang Yuan had seen with his own eyes. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, it was 3,000 armed demon souls. At this level, one would have quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. Thus, Fang Yuan's need for Guts Gu was huge. Just by relying on the soul cores he obtained in Green Ghost Desert, he could advance to 100 million man soul. But what about after that? If Fang Yuan wanted to reach this peak of soul cultivation, he would need an endless supply of soul cores. The best case scenario is that I can directly control this desert and become the master of this desert. Like many Gu immortals, they could directly control an area and use the natural resources here as their own property. To achieve this, they needed to have sufficient battle strength. According to Fang Yuan's current battle strength, he was completely qualified to occupy this area, especially when this Green Ghost Desert was an ownerless land. But there was a problem here. Once my identity is exposed and I rule this place, it would be equivalent to leaving behind a weakness that would attract the Celestial Court to attack. Reverse Flow Protection Seal cannot be faked. Myriad Dragon is the same. Then I can only disguise my identity and use rank 7 battle strength to obtain this place. After I succeed in seizing this place, I might as well arrange for Ing Wu Xie to station here and let him lead the Soul Beast Army to contribute soul cores to me. Among the people around him, Ing Wu Xie was the most suitable. To do this, I need more Soul Path Immortal Gu, and at the same time Ing Wu Xie's Soul Foundation will rise by a lot. Most importantly, Fang Clan. This Western Desert Superforce is closest to Green Ghost Desert. If I control this place, Fang Clan will be my neighbor. There will be a hurdle that I cannot avoid. It was unrealistic to get rid of Fang Clan. According to Fang Yuan's current battle strength, he could resist rank 8, but it would be difficult to win against them. And Fang Clan not only had a rank 8 First Supreme Elder, this generation's second Supreme Elder, Fang Dichong, was a Wisdom Path great expert. Fang Yuan was quite famous in his previous life. His Wisdom Path attainment was extremely deep, and he had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment. Shadow Sex information also emphasized this. Thus, Fang Yuan only had one path. Disguise as a lone cultivator and get close to the righteous path, then build a good relationship with Fang Clan. It was not easy to plot for a resource production area. There were many things to consider. Fortunately, Green Ghost Desert was rather special. Most Western Desert Gu immortals and tribes lacked methods to develop it. This gave Fang Yuan a great opportunity. But he did not know that he was not the only one who had designs on Green Ghost Desert. There are people ahead? Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His investigative methods were no longer the same as before. The moment Old Ghost by June and the others entered his investigative range, Fang Yuan sensed them. Is the benefactor coming? Fang Yin was extremely excited. Fang Ling also could not help showing a look of anticipation. Old Ghost by June's gaze was cold. He could see that the white cloud had some background, so he restrained himself and did not make a move, quietly waiting for the arrival of the benefactor. Thus, the 3 Gu immortals soon felt the ground start to tremble. Next, on the horizon, smoke and dust rose as soul beasts appeared one after another in the 3 immortals' vision. The appearance of a large number of soul beasts caused the 3 immortals' expressions to change. Next, the entire soul beast army was revealed. The 3 immortals were all shaken. This Old Ghost by June was speechless. He had thought that his soul beast army was already of a sufficient scale, but now he found that compared to Fang Yuan, it was nothing. The Shadow Sect immortals had already entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan had changed his appearance. He had a middle-aged appearance, his body was thin, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his temples were grizzled, and his black eyes contained vicissitudes of life and ambition. When people saw him for the first time, they would feel that this person was definitely a peerless hero. At this moment, Fang Yuan stood proudly on the back of a soul beast with his hands behind his back, wearing a black robe and commanding the soul beast army, emitting an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Old Ghost by June and the others were shaken, subconsciously holding their breaths. Fang Lung turned to look at Fang Yin, his gaze containing doubt. Why does this benefactor seem to be even more demonic than Old Ghost by June? Fang Yin rolled his eyes, meaning, if you ask me, who should I ask? Maybe you can't judge a book by its cover. He is still a righteous path person? Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, not leaving any flaws. Old Ghost by June was intimidated by Fang Yuan's imposing manner. He coughed twice and cupped his hands in greeting. Friend, how should I address you? Fang Yuan's cold gaze swept over them. The three immortals felt a chill in their hearts. He did not answer and only waved his hand. Roar! The soul beast army roared, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Next, the army charged towards Old Ghost by June's side like a raging tide. They were full of vigor, like a magnificent army galloping forward. As the saying goes, a single word of disagreement leads to a fight. But Fang Yuan did not even say a word and directly attacked. His fierce killing intent made the hearts of the three immortals sink. Fang Lung looked at Fang Yin again, seemingly roaring. You say this is not a demon. Now you, this benefactor, is going to take our lives. Fang Yin looked innocently at Fang Lung, seemingly replying, You're blaming me? I'm also innocent, okay. Old Ghost by June was startled for a moment. Then he was both shocked and angry. He thought, I'm using peaceful measures before resorting to force because I don't want to cause trouble for Master's great plan. I didn't expect you, this madman, to directly attack without even greeting me. When did a madman like you appear in Western Desert? You're simply not putting me in your eyes. Fine. I'll let you know that not everyone in this world is someone you can bully as you please. Thinking of this, Old Ghost by June roared loudly, his figure like lightning rising into the sky. Come fight. He stretched out his arms, his sleeves expanded like two black holes, from which countless undercurrents gushed out. Undercurrents attacked Fang Yuan like black pythons. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Rumble. Using offense against offense. The undercurrents resisted for a moment before collapsing. The power of the Crimson Meteor was halved. It smashed into the desert and bombarded Old Ghost by June soul beasts, causing them to howl in pain, instantly suffering disastrous casualties. Old Ghost by June's pupils shrunk. He was inwardly shocked. Such power! He is a wisdom path, Gu Immortal. Fang Lung was stunned. Chapter 1516. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Hearing Fang Yan's shout, Fang Yuan's ears twitched. Even though he had sensed that the relationship between Fang Yin, Fang Lung, and Old Ghost by June was rather tense. But Fang Yuan did not expect these three to be enemies, and one of the Fang Clan Gu Immortals seemed to be captured. The reason why Fang Yuan directly attacked was because he had his eyes on Old Ghost by June. This person was a Soul Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal. After killing him, Fang Yuan could take his aperture and add Soul Path Dao marks to his Sovereign Immortal aperture. If he could be captured alive, Fang Yuan could give his body to Ying Wuxia. After all, Ying Wuxia was proficient in Soul Path methods, but he was currently using Water Path Gu Immortal Fairy Chui Bo's body. It was not suitable and restricted his abilities. But in order to disguise himself and continue to deceive the Celestial Court and others when he conspired in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan did not show his true appearance. In an instant, thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. His thoughts moved like lightning as he thought of everything. It seems that Casual Auspicious Cloud is really good. I just wanted to communicate with Fang Clan and build a good relationship. but I did not expect them to send me such a good opportunity. Of course, this is also related to my strong luck. This time, Fang Yuan came to Green Ghost Desert and directly used Burning Soul-Bursting Luck. But he did not ask Wu Xie to activate it. Fang Yuan did it himself. Although he expended a lot of his soul foundation, Fang Yuan could completely endure it now. Save these 2 Fang clan Go Immortals and capture this demonic path Go Immortal called Old Ghost by June. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with lightning. He originally wanted to kill them all, and then swallow up the soul beast group gathered by Old Ghost by June. But now he changed his mind. Fang clan? Although I didn't come into contact with the Fang clan, my cultivation is related to the Fang clan. Fine, since you have met me today, I will save you and repay your kindness, Fang Yuan said. Although his voice was cold, Fang Lang and Fang Yin were overjoyed. Fang Yin's eyes widened and the corner of his mouth curled up. He looked at Fang Lang and raised his eyebrows. It seemed to be saying, "Look, it's really my benefactor." Fang Lang couldn't be bothered with him. His gaze shifted towards Fang Yuan and Old Ghost by June, frowning. He thought, "This Gu Immortal has a mysterious origin in my memories and knowledge. There is no such person. If he really wanted to save us for our sake, he should have concealed his intentions so that it would be easier for him to rescue us later. But why did he say it out on purpose? Either he didn't want to save him, or he said it on purpose to attract Old Ghost by June's attention. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted to save us, but with his arrogant and confident personality, even if he told the enemy, he would still have absolute confidence in saving us. It won't be easy to save people from my hands." Old Ghost by June heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more furious. An intense aura burst out from his body as he charged towards Fang Yuan while carrying the ignited thought flying rock. "Your courage is praiseworthy, but your foresight is lacking." Fang Yuan sneered and flew into the sky, pointing his finger. In an instant, dozens of mystical lights shot out, turning Old Ghost by June into a sieve. Old Ghost by June, however, didn't leave any blood behind. Instead, his body gradually turned into nothingness. "Ha ha ha, you fell for it." On the other side, Old Ghost by June's true body appeared. It turned out that he had used an illusion to attract Fang Yuan's attention and then conceal his true body. Old Ghost by June didn't choose to sneak attack Fang Yuan, but approached Fang Lang and Fang Yin. Didn't Fang Yuan say that he wanted to save the 2 of them? Old Ghost by June immediately thought of using the 2 of them as a shield. This was the first time Old Ghost by June saw Fang Yuan, but from the exchange just now, as well as the scale of the soul beast army Fang Yuan controlled, it was enough to let Old Ghost by June know that Fang Yuan was very powerful. If they fought head-on, he might not be his match. Thus, he wanted to use Fang Lang and Fang Yin to threaten Fang Yuan, who planned to save them, for fear of harming the innocent. Oh no! Seeing Old Ghost by June approaching at lightning speed, Fang Yin shouted. But in an instant, a figure appeared from nowhere and appeared in front of the 2 immortals. It was Fang Yuan who had changed his appearance. Old Ghost by June, who fell for the trap? The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a demonic smile. Oh no! Old Ghost by June's heart instantly jumped. Realizing that he had fallen into the opponent's trap, he immediately wanted to change direction. But it was already too late. Close to 10 spirit beasts suddenly appeared in midair, forming an encirclement surrounding Old Ghost by June. Explode for me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. Boom, boom, boom. The soul beasts all self-detonated. The terrifying power shocked Fang Lang and Fang Yin. After the explosion, the air billows formed a majestic shockwave that spread in all directions. At once, dust rose in the desert, yellow sand surged, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Fang Yuan originally planned to use wisdom path methods to capture Old Ghost by June alive. But he recalled that this wisdom path method mainly came from Zishan Makoto. Earlier, he used ignited thought flying rock. It could still be concealed. After all, after this move was modified by Fang Yuan, the effect was not small, it could still be concealed. But if he used other wisdom path methods, the possibility of being discovered by others would become very high. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up wisdom path and used soul path. His soul path methods were slightly inferior to wisdom path. After all, soul path and mortal goo were rare. But among them, there was a method called soul explosion that cut off all means of retreat and perished together with the enemy. It had astonishing power. Back then, in northern plains, Qin Baisheng had fought against Feng Zhouge. Qin Baisheng had not recovered his original appearance and was not Feng Zhouge's match. But Feng Zhouge was wary of the power of his soul explosion. He did not kill Qin Baisheng and allowed him to escape. Even Feng Zhouge was wary of soul explosion. Fang Yuan naturally had grasped it, but he would not explode his own soul. At most he would use burning soul-bursting luck. But soul beasts could do it. After these soul beasts' soul explosion, they were not pure at all. Even their soul cores would be destroyed. But, objectively speaking, the power was still very strong. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust dispersed, Old Ghost by June floated in the air. Most of his body was gone. Only his left arm was left from the explosion. He was like a candle flickering in the wind. He is still alive? Fang Lung was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan sneered. It was good that he was still alive. He could capture his body and give it to Ying Wuxia to use. But I cannot do it in front of Fang Clan's Go Immortals. All kinds of thoughts jumped around in Fang Yuan's mind. The sovereign immortal body had a vast mind and was naturally intelligent. Now that Fang Yuan had wisdom, path attainment, and methods, he could analyze any problem clearly and methodically. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "You soul cultivator, you have some ability. You actually fell into my scheme and did not die. Never mind. My rule is to not calculate everything and leave a way out. Since you still have some life left, go. I won't make a move today. You can scram now." Old Ghost by June was gasping for breath. His face was pale as he stared at Fang Yuan fiercely. When the soul beasts appeared and surrounded him, he regretted it. The other party was clearly emitting wisdom path aura. Why did he still want to play tricks with such a person? Even if he wanted to play tricks, he needed to think about it carefully. The soul beast self-detonation was even more out of his expectations. At that moment, Old Ghost by June's mind was almost blank. He only had one thought. That was to desperately defend and struggle to preserve his life. After the explosion, not mentioning the intense pain all over his body, Old Ghost by June felt extremely glad that he survived. But after rejoicing, there was lingering fear and anger. He was almost killed. This kind of anger filled his chest, mixed with fear towards Fang Yuan's intelligence and methods. Either you die or I die. With such a resolution, Old Ghost by June was about to use rank 8 Immortal Goose Soul Beast token to fight with his life, but he did not expect Fang Yuan to actually let him go. According to Fang Yuan's nature, he would naturally eliminate the root of the problem and exterminate the 9 clans. But today's situation was somewhat special. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Old Ghost by June's body, but also considered Fang Clan, so he chose to let Old Ghost by June go for now. Old Ghost by June was originally angry and afraid. He felt that he had to fight to the death to have a chance of survival. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan would actually let him go? At once, Old Ghost by June was a little dazed. Is he purposely deceiving me again? Trying to reduce my battle intent and make me let down my guard? Old Ghost by June was ruthlessly tricked by Fang Yuan once. He became even more suspicious. Fang Yuan looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately shouted, "Why are you still not scramming? You gave me a chance of survival. Do you still want to court death?" Humph. Old Ghost by June did not care about his anger. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. On the other side, Fang Lung and Fang Yin were also lying on the back of the soul beast. looking at Fang Yuan. On the back of the soul beast, Fang Yuan was proudly standing with his hands behind his back. His posture was like a spear, his gaze was like cold lightning. His expression was one of absolute confidence that looked down on the world. Even if I let you go today, I am not afraid that you will find trouble with me in the future. Fang Lung lowered his gaze, calculating in his heart. Although this person is full of demonic aura and is arrogant and confident, it is not that he has no bottom line and principles. So he is such a person, and because of this nature, he took the initiative to reveal his intention of saving us. On the other hand, Fang Yun was dumbfounded. Old Ghost by Jun's eyes gradually narrowed, flickering with an eerie light. Although he was heavily injured, he still had more than half of his battle strength left, especially when he still had a huge trump card. That was the rank 8 immortal Gu Soul Beast token. But activating this Gu had a huge price. Old Ghost by Jun did not want to use it easily. Earlier, he wanted to use it regardless of the price to fight with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan let him go. Regardless of whether he truly wants to let me go, I will try to escape first and see how he faces it. If he makes a false promise at worst, I will turn around and fight with him. If he really lets me go, then I will leave. Old Ghost by Jun was already very wary of Fang Yuan. Even if he activated the rank 8 immortal Gu Soul Beast token, Old Ghost by Jun did not have the confidence to defeat Fang Yuan. Especially when Old Ghost by Jun had another worry. That was, if he exposed the rank 8 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would go back on his words and attract him to attack and snatch the Gu. What would he do? All kinds of thoughts lingered in Old Ghost by Jun's mind. He snorted coldly and turned around to leave. His speed was extremely fast. His broken body was like an arrow leaving the bow, quickly flying into the dark clouds and disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 1517. Oh, there was such a thing. It seems this person also had a fortuitous encounter. But I said I would let him go. Do you want me to go against my own words? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He slightly turned his body and looked at Fang Yun and Fang Lung. His gaze was like cold lightning as it shot towards them. Fang Yun and Fang Yuan looked at each other and felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce his heart. He quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to meet Fang Yuan's gaze. At the same time, he inwardly exclaimed, "This benefactor I met is so overbearing. He is not easy to get along with." On the contrary, Fang Lung's heart calmed. Good, this person keeps his word, even with a rank 8 immortal Gu in front of him and such a huge temptation. He still insisted on staying. He can be said to be extremely conceited. But only like this can we have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Fang Lung struggled to get up. I am Fang Lung. This is my junior Fang Yun. Thank you, senior, for saving us. Fang Yuan lightly nodded and suddenly stretched out his hands. A formless force burst out, sucking Fang Lung and Fang Yun into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Lung's heart jumped, but he suppressed it. Fang Yun, on the other hand, exclaimed in shock with a flustered expression. But soon after, the two realized that Fang Yuan was getting rid of their restraints and relaxed. Old Ghost, by Jun's method, was not strange to Fang Yuan. Soon, he completely understood what was going on. Then he acted and removed this technique. Restraining Fang Yun and Fang Lung was naturally an immortal method. But Fang Yuan himself had a killer move like Purple Thought Perception Starlight. It was naturally easy and easy. Fang Lung and Fang Yun soon regained their freedom. The two thanked him again, but their emotions were fluctuating as they thought. This person is so overbearing. Although he saved us, he never asked for our opinion and immediately attacked. Little did they know, this was all done on purpose by Fang Yuan. He had successfully imprinted his conceited and domineering image into the two Fang clan Gu Immortals' minds. You can call me Swan Bujin. Fang Yuan took the initiative to introduce himself, but in the second sentence, Fang Yuan asked them to leave. I cultivate wisdom path and inherited Zheng Jingshin's inheritance. So I saved you today. You can leave now. Huh. Fang Yin was taken aback. Junior will remember Senior's kindness of saving my life. When I return, I will definitely report this to the tribe. Senior, are you still in the Green Ghost Desert? Fang Lung pulled Fang Yin's sleeve and asked respectfully, These soul beasts are of great use to me. I didn't save you to get anything in return. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand. His expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Fang Lung and Fang Yun did not dare to disturb him. After bowing together, they turned and flew away. A moment later, both of them disappeared into the horizon. To think that this old ghost by June actually has a rank 8 immortal goo. I wonder what goo it is. How did the two Fang clan goo immortals know about it? Did old ghost by June use it in front of them? Fang Yuan pondered. Old ghost by June only had rank 7 cultivation, but he could use a rank 8 immortal goo. This meant that he had a special method, or this rank 8 immortal goo was similar to attitude goo, extremely high quality. Regardless of which reason it was, Fang Yuan was very moved. However, I am not in a hurry to find trouble with old ghost by June. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and a feeling appeared in his heart, guiding Fang Yuan and old ghost by June's direction. With Fang Yuan's temperament, he had already planted an investigative method on old ghost by June's body at the start of the battle. Although Fang Yuan let old ghost by June go, he was actually secretly grasping his whereabouts. If it were before, Fang Yuan absolutely would not have such a method. But recently he had calmed down and was wholeheartedly cultivating, and the number of methods he had was no longer the same as before. Clan brother, do you think my benefactor knows that old ghost by June has that rank 8 immortal goo? So he wants to send us away and find trouble with old ghost by June himself. While flying, Fang Yin suddenly asked. Fang Lung pondered for a moment before shaking his head. With my understanding of Senior Swan Bujin, he shouldn't be. Fang Yin could not help but laugh. From your tone, it sounds like you are very familiar with the Senior. Weren't you the same as me, seeing Senior for the first time and then being chased away by him? Fang Lung glanced at Fang Yin. The rank 8 immortal goo is indeed important, but this Senior's nature is very proud and aloof. I am afraid I am not wrong. Moreover, we did not clearly tell him what the rank 8 immortal goo is. If Senior really wants to capture old ghost by June, why would he not ask us indirectly about what this rank 8 immortal goo is? What about its power? Fang Yin patted his forehead after hearing this. Clan Brother's analysis is correct. It seems this Senior really doesn't want to chase after old ghost by June Sai. This old ghost by June had ruthlessly tortured us. I was still hoping that Senior could take care of him. Fang Lung shook his head. That rank 8 immortal goo, soul beast token, can command soul beasts. If Senior leads his soul beast army, I am afraid he will suffer huge losses. Let's return first and report this matter to the clan, and let the Supreme Elders make a decision. Green Ghost Desert was near Fang clan's territory. After flying for a while, Fang Yun and Fang Lung arrived at an immortal formation. Using this immortal formation, they teleported a long distance and directly returned to the clan's headquarters. Fang Yun and Fang Lung parted. Fang Lung went to report to First Supreme Elder, while Fang Yun returned to Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichong to report this matter. Fang clan's matters were basically decided by First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. After hearing this matter, the two elders appeased Fang Lung and Fang Yun before meeting to discuss this matter. Second Supreme Elder asked the moment they met. First Supreme Elder, do you know of Zheng Jingshin? First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. This person was a legendary lone cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago. He had a deep relationship with our Fang clan. When he was cultivating in his early years, he received our clan support and even had a relationship with an ancestor of our clan. Unfortunately, the ancestor died in battle, so Zheng Jingxin did not join Fang clan. When the second Supreme Elder heard this, he immediately understood. Although super forces paid attention to close ties and bloodline connections, they would often take a new blood. Especially when they found some Gu immortal seeds, these super forces would often take them in and provide some support. If these people really became Gu immortals, the super forces would take them in and make them their own members. Of course, this situation was very rare. Firstly, it was because the support was not high. It was almost impossible for mortals to become immortals. Secondly, even if they became Gu immortals, most of them had outstanding talent and were elites with their own thoughts. They might not be willing to join a super force. But even if these people did not want to join, their previous relationship was enough to make them close. Just the fact that they had roped in loose immortals proved that the superpower's previous investments were absolutely profitable. Zheng Jingxin was such an obvious example. If not for the accident, he would have really joined Fang clan. Of course, the method was to marry into the clan. His future children would also have the surname Fang. Zheng Jingxin's matter is very secretive. Most people do not know about it. I'm afraid this Swan Bujin isn't lying. The first Supreme Elder added. Second Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Before the matter is verified, nothing can be said. If he is in cahoots with Old Ghost by June, there is a possibility. First Supreme Elder's gaze turned solemn. If this is really the case, then Swan Bujin and Old Ghost by June's collusion to purposely get close to our Fang clan is likely for Qing clan's inheritance. Fang Yuan had purposely expressed goodwill and saved the two Fang clan Gu immortals. He naturally had his own motives. However, in the conversation between the two grand elders of the Fang clan, he and Old Ghost by June were involved, and even the Qing clan was involved. This Qing clan was a super force, but unfortunately, it had been extinct for a long time. The one who slaughtered Qing clan was none other than the young spectral soul demon Venerable. Before spectral soul demon Venerable became Venerable, because of some irreconcilable conflict, he fought against Qing clan alone. If Qing clan had known that spectral soul would become a Venerable in the future, they would not have dared to go against such a person. It was a pity that Qing clan relied on their numbers and wealth. They looked down on spectral soul at the start. In the end, spectral soul demon Venerable grew stronger step by step, using battle to nurture battle. He got stronger and stronger. Eventually, he came and slaughtered the entire Qing clan. Qing clan's headquarters were reduced to nothingness in the intense battle. Many Qing clan Gu immortals died. The Tao marks of spectral soul's killer moves, the Tao marks of the dead Gu immortals, and the destruction of their immortal apertures were all engraved on the battlefield, forming the current green ghost desert. The so-called green ghost referred to the former super force, Qing clan. Although Qing clan was destroyed, rumors said that before Qing clan's first Supreme Elder died, he sealed all of the clan's assets and buried them somewhere in Green Ghost Desert, leaving behind an inheritance. There was only one requirement for this inheritance. The future inheritor had to take revenge for Qing clan and kill Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was already dead, then the target of revenge would be Spectral Soul's friends, family, and disciples. Regretfully, Spectral Soul became a demon Venerable in the end. The whole world was not his match. That era was crawling under his feet. Qing clan's inheritance was like a joke. Fang clan was the super force closest to Green Ghost Desert after all. They enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position. When Qing clan was destroyed, Fang clan's ancestors started to actively search for clues of Qing clan's inheritance. After generations of hard work, these scattered clues were pieced together and became more and more valuable. In this generation, the clues were already complete enough. They had a vague sensing method. They started to search all over Green Ghost Desert. First Supreme Elder sighed. Our Fong clan has the will to control Green Ghost Desert, but we are powerless. Not only do we not have methods to restrict soul beasts, we also have very few Gu immortals to mobilize. If not for this, we would not have sent Fong Lung and Fong Yin, these two juniors, to take the risk. Who could have thought that their adventure this time would involve people like Old Ghost by June and Swanbujin? I have heard of Old Ghost by June's name. He actually has a rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token. And that Swanbujin also suddenly appeared. He has a mysterious origin and powerful methods. No matter what their relationship is, they are an unavoidable obstacle in our Fong clan's search for Qing clan's inheritance. Second Supreme, Elder nodded. Fong clan had a lot of assets. Their Gu immortals had to guard everywhere. But Qing clan's inheritance was equally tempting, especially that immortal Gu House Divine Being Palace mentioned in the clues. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and left in Western Desert. Its value was extremely high. It had left a deep mark in history. Chapter 1518. Green Ghost Desert. A disheveled figure was flying at a low altitude, sticking close to the desert. Swanbujin, you really didn't chase after me. You are so arrogant and conceited. Humph. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Old Ghost by June's expression was distorted. His eyes were spewing fire when he thought of Fong Yuan. He had lost 3 limbs from the soul explosion, but they had all recovered now. It could be seen that Old Ghost by June's healing methods were extraordinary. Suddenly his body shook, he opened his mouth and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Old Ghost by June's face was filled with anger again. He gritted his teeth. My soul beasts were gathered with great difficulty, but now they are all killed. Damn it. The loss is too great, and most importantly, I delayed the timing. What if Master blames me? Thinking of Master, Old Ghost by June's body shook. Fear and panic surged in his heart. No, I didn't do my job well this time. I will definitely be punished by Master. What to do? No, I can't let Master know. I should hide it first and gather a group of soul beasts to report. Sigh, although time is tight, as long as I activate soul beast token regardless of the price, what soul beast can't I enslave? While thinking, a female figure suddenly appeared in front of Old Ghost by June. It's you, Eagle, concubine. Why are you here? Old Ghost by June recognized this person. His expression immediately became flustered. Eagle Concubine was dressed in a tight-fitting night suit, perfectly displaying her curvaceous figure. Her face was pale, as if she had not seen sunlight for a long time. Not only did she have no vitality, her eyes were even shining with an eerie light. At this moment she sneered. Old thing, you still don't understand the reason why I am here? You ruined Master's plan this time and returned in defeat. Master specially ordered me to bring you back to punish you. What? Old Ghost by June's body shook, his face full of fear. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. How did Master know? Eagle Concubine sneered. You think Master only gave you a rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token and did not have other methods of supervision? You are looking down on Master too much. How would I dare to look down on Master? Humph, Eagle Concubine, don't try to sow discord. Old Ghost by June shouted angrily and continued. Yes, this time it was my fault, causing Master's plan to be thwarted. However, I will definitely make up for my mistakes. There is still time. I will definitely give Master a satisfactory answer. Eagle Concubine shook her head slowly. You still want to make up for your mistakes? Humph, you no longer have a chance. Do you think I was lying to you? This time, it was indeed Master who ordered me to capture you. Is it really Master's order? Old Ghost by June's face was deathly pale, but with a trace of hope he cautiously asked. The Eagle Concubine nodded. Just give up. How could I lie to you about such a thing? Let's go. Don't make me use force. You know Master's divine might. Come back with me obediently. All right, I'll go back. Old Ghost by June let out a bitter laugh and instantly became dispirited. He didn't have any intention to resist his master. The two immortals set off together. After traveling for tens of thousands of kilometers, they entered an underground quicksand pit. After entering the pit, they went down for another 1,000 li before suddenly relaxing and entering a mystical space. Green light shrouded them. The two immortals were familiar with the place. They used their own methods, and the green light immediately changed. A golden staircase appeared from the green light. The two were bathed in the green light. They could no longer fly. They climbed up the staircase, step by step. After walking for 9,999 steps, the two immortals arrived in front of a palace door. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality. The green bricks and golden tiles emitted a dense fragrance of plants. At the top of this palace door there was a plaque with 3 words written on it: Divine Being Palace. This was the immortal goo house that Fong clan had been scheming to obtain for generations. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The two immortals arrived in front of the door, but didn't dare to enter. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. A moment later, the palace door slowly opened, revealing an extremely spacious hall inside. In the hall, there were dozens of thick pillars that flickered with bronze luster. A huge soul beast was crawling in the hall. It had a tortoise shell for tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Seeing this monster, the two goo immortals hurriedly greeted. By June, Eagle Concubine greets Master. Eagle Concubine had a respectful expression, while Old Ghost by June's face was covered in cold sweat. His body was shivering from fear. That soul beast had disheveled hair and a malevolent expression. It stared at Old Ghost by June and growled in anger. Old Ghost by June had never seen his master so angry. He knelt on the ground in fright and shouted, "Master, spare me! Spare me, Master!" But the soul beast turned a deaf ear to him. Its front right claw suddenly extended and grabbed Old Ghost by June. The huge tiger claw firmly grabbed Old Ghost by June. Old Ghost by June's expression distorted in fear. "Master, Master, listen to me. Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo is still here. I didn't lose it. This failure is my fault. But Master, please give me a chance to redeem myself." "It's this smell, it's him." "That's right, it's him." The soul beast closed its eyes and sensed for a while before opening its blood-red eyes. That slender snake neck was straightened like a pillar because of its anger. The scales on its neck were emitting a cold light. The hall was echoing with the soul beast's cries. Eagle Concubine's expression turned pale. She could acutely feel that this cry was filled with anger and hatred. "Spectral soul demon, Venerable, I have finally met the enemy who slaughtered my clan. Although you are dead, this smell cannot be wrong. It is definitely your inheritor or even your bloodline descendant." "He ha ha ha." The soul beast said this and laughed loudly, showing its wild nature. The wild laughter surged in the air, forming waves of wind that attacked the hall. Eagle Concubine retreated. This laughter shook her soul. She could not resist it. Old Ghost by June, who was in the tiger claw, moved his eyes. He was still in a state of shock, but he had already sensed that his master was in such a hurry not to punish him. But that Swan Bujin, who was opposing him, seemed to be related to spectral soul demon Venerable. Suddenly, the whole of Divine Being Palace burst out with dazzling green light. The green light pierced through the soul beast's body like thousands of sharp arrows. The soul beast's wild laughter stopped abruptly. It snorted, "This damned Divine Being Palace!" He roared. He was frustrated and was about to go berserk. Old Ghost by June was afraid that he would accidentally crush himself. He quickly shouted, "Master, please calm down. Please calm down. Master, please take care of your body. Taking care of your body is the most important thing." The soul beast was persuaded by these words. It gradually calmed down. It muttered, Your servant is right. I need to take care of my body. I want to kill all of Spectral Soul's inheritors and descendants, to take revenge for the blood feud back then. At the same time, Celestial Court, there were many palaces, shining with white jade. Suddenly, the pure white sky rippled with countless green aurora lights. The aurora lights shrouded the place for a while before dissipating. The weather change in Celestial Court is not a small matter. It seems to be related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fairy Myrtle was sitting in Celestial Court. She saw this abnormal phenomenon and quickly deduced. A moment later, she opened her eyes. They shined with joy. So that's it. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. This Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house with unparalleled power. It is going to appear now. It cannot fall into the hands of Western Desert's other regions. Fairy Myrtle slowly closed her eyes, continuing to deduce. After obtaining the result, she summoned a goo immortal from Central Continent. This rank 8 goo immortal wore a green robe. He gave off a scholarly aura. He looked like a young man, but his gaze was filled with vicissitudes. He was already thousands of years old. Chen-Yi, you are the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Divine Bean Palace is going to appear in Western Desert. Follow my plan and subdue it. Fairy Myrtle instructed. Yes. Chen-Yi bowed slightly. His expression was calm. He had a unique aura. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Once this is done, you will resign from your position as First Supreme Elder and enter Celestial Court. Chun-Yi's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of joy. He bowed again, saying in a clear voice, Then I will thank Lady Zi-Wei. Several days later, Western Desert. Fang Yuan flew out of his soul. He controlled his soul and grasped the sand in his hand. Immediately he grabbed a handful, from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. Haha, I have finally reached 100 million man soul. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1519. Fang Yuan sighed with emotion. After so many twists and turns, he finally reached 100 million man soul. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley are indeed the sacred lands of soul cultivators, together with the world's top soul cultivation methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. My soul foundation has advanced rapidly. However, I am only at 100 million man soul now. I need to continue accumulating 200 million, 300 million for 100 million, all the way to 900 million. After 900 million, it would no longer be 1 billion if he wanted to break through to Desolate Soul. After reaching Desolate Soul, Fang Yuan could fight Desolate Soul beasts with just a soul. Although with Fang Yuan's current battle strength, he could easily deal with Desolate Soul beasts. But fighting with just his soul was a qualitative change. After all, humans were innately inferior to other living beings in terms of soul. To be able to make up for it and catch up or even surpass, it showed how powerful Spectral Soul's true inheritance was. With 100 million man soul, Fang Yuan did not return directly. He continued to stay and capture soul beasts. After knowing about Old Ghost by June and Fang clan, Fang Yuan did not plan to find immemorial soul beasts anymore. Although he did not fear such existences, if he really fought, not only would his soul beast army suffer heavy casualties, his main methods would also be exposed. Once his signature killer moves, like Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon, were exposed, Fang Yuan's identity would also be exposed. In Green Ghost Desert, there were many immemorial soul beasts, but under random auspicious clouds' lead, Fang Yuan did not encounter any. Of course, it is not just random auspicious cloud. My own luck has also maintained a strong state. That is why I have been doing things smoothly recently, as if everything I want will come true. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason. Staying in Green Ghost Desert like this, Fang Yuan did not make a move. He only let the Soul Beast army fight. When they encountered soul beasts, he would command the army to charge forward, taking the soul cores of those that died in battle and replenishing the remaining captives. Besides controlling the soul beasts and expending mental energy and immortal essence, Feng Yuan had no other investment. On the other hand, the output was extremely high. When Gu immortals did things, they naturally had to consider the output. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of this. He would always be able to gain some benefits. This method of hunting soul beasts could be said to be the best way he could. After cultivating like this for dozens of days, Feng Yuan's soul foundation rose to 200 million. His entire soul became more solid and lifelike. His palms and limbs became much tougher, far surpassing the 100 million man soul from before. In this period of time, no matter if it was Feng family Old Ghost by June or the immemorial soul beast, none of them appeared. Feng Yuan passed a period of peace and quiet. Speaking of Old Ghost by June, Feng Yuan also wanted to seize his rank 8 immortal Gu. But after using wisdom path methods to deduce, he found it was not the time yet. There was even some danger. Moreover, with the Feng clan on the side, even though he knew Old Ghost by June's location, Feng Yuan didn't make a move. Reaching 200 million man soul, with such a foundation, it should be enough for me to explore the third stage of thieving heaven's dream realm. Feng Yuan thought of this and was eager to return. He recalled the soul beast army into the sovereign immortal aperture before concealing his tracks and quietly leaving Green Ghost Desert. After traveling for some time, he arrived at thieving heaven's dream realm again. Tang Feng Ming quickly welcomed him. His gaze towards Feng Yuan was filled with reverence. These days after Feng Yuan left, because of Feng Yuan's guidance, his dream realm exploration had advanced rapidly. He had made huge gains. After greeting Tang Feng Ming, Feng Yuan first released the Shadow Sect Immortals to control the immortal formation, before entering thieving heaven's dream realm for the third time. The surroundings suddenly changed. An oasis in the desert. Feng Yuan became a bystander once again. This is the place, this is the place. Sha Zhao's voice was trembling. He was extremely excited. In the previous 2 stages, young thieving heaven was exiled by the tribe and encountered Sha Zhao. He refined rank 2 sneak attack Gu and became the winner of the small competition. He went to the important area of the tribe, which was the pond at the center of the oasis, to choose Gu as the prize of the small competition. Sha Zhao naturally had investigative methods that landed on young thieving heaven. At this moment, he sensed an indescribable aura near the pond and knew he had found the right place. He was overjoyed. Young thieving heaven's heart sank. Sha Zhao got what he wanted. This was not what he wanted to see. Quick! Throw that sheepskin map into the pond. Sha Zhao ordered young thieving heaven impatiently. Young thieving heaven was puzzled. Didn't you take my sheepskin map? How could I have it? Sha Zhao let out a sinister laugh and said, I've already made all the necessary preparations. I've already sewn the sheepskin map into your clothes. My good grandson, you just need to take off that clothes and throw it into the pond. Young thieving heaven's heart sank again. He frowned as he thought, Sha Zhao, this demon, is scheming to throw that mysterious sheepskin map into the pond. He definitely has a huge scheme. How can I do such a thing and help him commit a crime? Although this tribe had exiled me, they had taken me in for many years. I owe them a debt of gratitude. I will never do something like biting the hand that feeds me. Quick, my good grandson, take off your clothes and throw them in. Sha Zhao shouted, Don't forget that I have my methods on you. If you don't do it, I will let you die a quick death. Young thieving heaven felt the threat of death. His pupils shrunk. He thought of his family, of returning home. He fell into deep hesitation. If he did not do as Sha Zhao said now, he might really die. At that time, any thoughts of returning home, any thoughts of reunion, would be extravagant hopes. Do I really have to give up my principles of being a human just because I want to return home? No, I absolutely cannot do that. Although Sha Zhao is incomparably powerful, I still have hope. I will resist to the end. I will not lower my head to the evil forces. I will not let down my name, Ben-Jia-sun. Thinking of this, young thieving Heaven's eyes shone with brilliance. Grandfather, this might not be a good time. I have not chosen my gu yet. There are tribes gu masters monitoring the surroundings. If I rashly take off my clothes and throw them into the pond, I might be stopped by the tribe's guards before I even fall in. After all, this pond is our tribe's largest water source. Young thieving Heaven said to Sha Shao in his mind. Sha Shao stared blankly for a moment before saying, I was too impatient, my good grandson, you are right. But you must find an opportunity to take advantage of when people are unprepared and complete this matter. If you can't complete it, just wait for death. If you complete it, hee, grandfather will give you unimaginable benefits. Oh, Sha Shao threatened and tempted. Young thieving Heaven quickly agreed, but his heart did not waver. The tribe's gu master led young thieving Heaven into the underground cave. You are the winner of the competition. Go in and choose your gu. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Young thieving Heaven thanked him and walked into the cave. The cave's 4 walls were carved with countless squares. There were big and small squares, and most of them had gu worms resting in them. These gu worms were of all shapes and sizes, but they were all rank 1, causing young thieving Heaven's eyes to be dazzled. He sighed inwardly. Although I heard there are countless gu worms in the world, seeing the tribe's treasury with my own eyes, I truly feel what a mystical world this is. There is another door over there. Young thieving Heaven pushed open the small door and entered another underground cave. This small cave's area was only about 30% of the previous large cave. The layout was the same, but the gu worms stored inside were all rank 2. Young thieving Heaven walked around and sighed inwardly. Sigh. I have no one to guide me. I don't know what gu worm is suitable for me. Also, that demon Sha Shao has a huge scheme. What should I do? Ask for help from the tribe? Young thieving Heaven frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Sha Shao had investigative methods and could sense what was happening around young thieving Heaven. As long as young thieving Heaven exposed him, Sha Shao would immediately activate his method and kill him on the spot. Young thieving Heaven's expression suddenly changed, revealing a surprised expression. Next, he seemed to have changed into a different person, moving his limbs and adapting to his body. This time, I am in control of young thieving Heaven's body again. I have some free time, unlike the previous 2 or 3 times when I had to be in urgent danger. It turned out that Feng Yuan was leading young thieving Heaven's actions again. This means I have to solve young thieving Heaven's problem again. Feng Yuan muttered. How can I deal with Sha Shao? This demon's cultivation level, according to my estimation, is at least rank 4. There is a high possibility of him being rank 5. Feng Yuan looked around, his eyes shining brightly at the large number of gu worms. It seems that the key to resolving this situation is the gu worms here. Young thieving Heaven did not recognize these gu worms, but Feng Yuan had broad horizons and extraordinary knowledge. He was familiar with almost all of these gu worms. Even if he did not recognize them, he could make a rough guess after a few tries. Also, even if Sha Shao has investigative methods, when young thieving Heaven entered the underground cave, he clearly disappeared. It can be seen that Sha Zhao's methods cannot break through the defenses of this underground cave. This underground cave naturally had strict and thorough defensive measures. This was an important area of the tribe where gu worms were stored. If it was easily discovered and attracted a surprise attack, then the tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. Sha Shao does not know what I am doing now, so he wants thieving Heaven to take the risk in advance and complete his task. Also, even if he goes to the outside world, his investigative methods are likely relying on young thieving Heaven's senses. As long as I probe the profundities of his methods, I can deal with them. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The third stage of the dream realm had just begun. The test he faced was not too difficult. Even if he failed, he could start again. At most, his soul would be injured. If Fang Yuan's soul foundation was only 10 million man-soul, he would be worried that the injuries would exceed his limits. But now he had 200 million man-soul. He was confident that no matter how injured he was, his soul would not be destroyed. But if I follow the process of the dream, step by step, although it's safe, that's all there is to it. How about... A light of inspiration rose in Fang Yuan's mind. He wanted to test and see how many changes this thieving heaven dream realm had. Chapter 1520. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. I have chosen my goo-worms. Let me take a look. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he moved young, thieving Heaven's body. He first activated Sneak Attack Goo. Once the rank 2 goo-worm was activated, a blue child silhouette appeared and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, the blue baby entered the cave wall, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the entire process was silent, as if nothing had happened. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Sneak Attack Goo is indeed a top-quality goo. Not only is it outstanding among rank 2 goo-worms, it is also silent. According to the Dream Realm, this cave definitely has defensive methods. But I used Sneak Attack Goo and did not trigger the defenses. When I have time in the future, I might as well refine some Sneak Attack Goo to protect myself. Sneak Attack Goo was created by Fang Yuan using the Dream Realm. In the outside world, Fang Yuan could also modify the goo recipe and expand it into a complete set. Fang Yuan could expand the rank 2 Sneak Attack Goo recipe from rank 1 to rank 5. He could even use the Light of Wisdom to deduce rank 6 or rank 7 Sneak Attack Immortal Goo recipes. Because Fang Yuan's current theft path attainment had already reached quasi-great Grandmaster level. After using Sneak Attack Goo, Fang Yuan hastened his steps and activated the goo-worms he had chosen from the cave. According to the competition's rewards, the winner could choose 3 rank 1 goo or 1 rank 2 goo. Fang Yuan looked at the rank 2 goo in the small cave. Although there was no lack of high-quality ones, they were not suitable for him. Fang Yuan chose 3 rank 1 goo from the large cave and immediately refined them, combining them into a killer move. This killer move burst forth with power and immediately formed a giant rhinoceros strength path phantom. The rhinoceros strength path phantom moved its 4 limbs and charged towards the cave wall. This cave wall had already been hit by Sneak Attack Goo and had already collapsed internally. Now that it was hit by the rhinoceros strength path phantom, the cave wall immediately collapsed with a loud sound. Then, with a loud whoosh, a large amount of pool water quickly gushed in from the gap in the cave wall. It turned out that although Fang Yuan was watching from the sidelines, he had already investigated it clearly beforehand. He discovered that the location of the underground cave was right next to the oasis pond. This arrangement also made sense, because there was a spirit spring in the pond. The closer one got to the pond, the denser the energy would be. It was extremely beneficial for the tribe to store and raise goo worms in the underground caves, although there were some drawbacks. Firstly, the tribe had already set up protective measures here. Secondly, only their own people could enter this place. Even young Thieving Heaven had lived in this tribe for more than 10 years. He was raised from a young age. The tribe trusted him greatly. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven was controlled by Fang Yuan. He acted in a perverse and deranged manner. In order to complete Sha Zhao's mission, he directly opened a hole in the cave wall. The water gushed out, but a layer of light suddenly lit up on the cave wall, blocking most of the water. What happened? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Something happened! A cry of alarm came from outside the cave. The guards sensed that something was wrong and immediately rushed in. What use is there in discovering it now? Fang Yuan sneered, activating Sneak Attack Goo and the other 2 goo to form another killer move. The rank 2 killer move caused a layer of blue light to appear on his body, greatly increasing his speed. Fang Yuan took a step forward and threw himself into that light layer and the water, directly passing through them and entering the pond. This light layer was also part of Fang Yuan's consideration. The tribe's defensive method was, after all, only mortal level. In the eyes of a Gu immortal like Fang Yuan, it could be said to be full of flaws. As for the gushing torrent, even though it had great momentum, Fang Yuan's killer move could easily deflect it without any pressure. After the 2 guards came in, they only saw Fang Yuan's back as he dived into the water. "This is a traitor!" One of them roared angrily, his eyes red. "The tribe has nurtured and nurtured you. How dare you do this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Die!" Saying so, he was about to attack. However, the other person quickly stopped him. "Are you crazy? That move of yours is too big. What if it affects the Gu worms in the cave? The urgent matter now is to do our best to repair the defense and reduce the losses. The smaller the losses, the lower the punishment we will receive." That guard was persuaded, but he could not take it any more. He swung his arm and flung his companion's arm away. "You repair the defense. I will capture this traitor." He growled. After saying this, he immediately passed through the light layer and chased after Fang Yuan. Enemy! Fang Yuan's heart tightened. He was very vigilant. He had sensed the pursuers after they entered the water. However, it was useless to just sense it. Young Thieving Heaven only had rank 1 cultivation. His aptitude was poor and his primeval essence was extremely limited. Fang Yuan had activated Gu worms consecutively and had almost used up his primeval essence. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He had no way to retaliate against the rank 3 pursuers. "Little traitor, you actually dared to do this. Did you hold a grudge because you were exiled, or were you ordered by someone?" The pursuers could speak even in the water. Fang Yuan held his breath and fought with all his might. But after 2 or 3 moves, he was captured by the pursuers. The pursuers hated Fang Yuan to the core. Seeing that he still dared to resist, they immediately slammed their palms on Fang Yuan's chest. Blood spurted out of Fang Yuan's 7 orifices, spreading in the pool water. "How can your dirty water pollute my clan's spirit spring?" The rank 3 pursuers showed an expression of hatred. Activating their Gu worms, the surrounding blood water was collected by them like tired birds returning to the forest. Bitter, but I just had to encounter a rank 3 water path Gu master. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Right now he was captured and could not move. After taking a hit, his soul was shaken to an unprecedented degree. Fang Yuan endured the pain. After the shock passed, he carefully inspected his soul and showed a shocked expression. Amazing! That one strike knocked away a full 50 million of my soul foundation. His thoughts spun as he guessed. Water path Gu masters are rare in Western Desert. Was this person specially created by the dream realm to deal with me? My 50 million soul foundation was destroyed in an instant. If it were anyone else, it would have been a fatal blow. Even if I had 90 million man soul foundation in such a situation, more than half of it would have been destroyed. And this 3rd stage is only the beginning. It will only bode ill if I continue exploring. Oh, thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but rejoice that he was safe, accumulating 200 million man souls before entering Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He guessed, if I did not charge in rashly and followed the normal progression of the dream realm, I might not have suffered such a blow. But by doing this, I might have saved a lot of time and steps. This change in the dream realm is worth pondering over. Fang Yuan explored the dream realm not only to increase his theft path attainment level, but also to accumulate experience and make it easier for him to explore other dream realms. Although this move was risky, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Although he was captured, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He had a new idea. Wait! This soul foundation of 50 million is not something that can be obtained easily. If one is not a soul path Gu immortal, they cannot have such a soul foundation. If Gu immortals of other paths come to explore this dream realm of thieving heaven, what would happen? Fang Yuan thought of Tang Fangming, or more accurately speaking, in the 500 years of his previous life, Tang Fangming created the killer Move Steel Dream. In the 500 years of my previous life, dream realms continued to develop. There were countless dream path Gu worms and even dream path killer moves that could provide specific help in exploring different dream realms. This dream realm of thieving heaven consumes a huge amount of soul foundation. It was not something that could be explored during the chaotic era. If ordinary people wanted to explore it, they would need to accumulate enough dream path knowledge. The best solution would be to create a killer move like Dream Soul to counteract the corrosion of the dream realm on the soul, or to greatly reduce the corrosion. This dream realm of thieving heaven came from a Gu immortal Venerable, and it was so huge, the difficulty of exploring it was very high. The early and middle stages of the 5 regions chaotic era were simply the graveyard of Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was able to explore it because he used his soul foundation. The most terrifying thing about this dream realm was that it consumed the soul intensely. But Fang Yuan relied on his robust soul foundation to move forward. The spirit spring water in the pond started to gurgle, like it was boiling. What's going on? The rank 3 pursuer carried Fang Yuan and was about to float up when he saw this situation. He was very surprised. Sure enough, this action of mine greatly shortened the process. Now I am at the most crucial part of the 3rd act. Fang Yuan, however, was overjoyed. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the changes in the pool water. Chapter 15:21. The water in the pond was bubbling. The water temperature was rising rapidly. Little thief, what did you do? The rank 3 guard glared at Fang Yuan, grabbing Fang Yuan's neck and strangling it. Despite the intense pain, it was nothing to Fang Yuan. He did not even look at the guard, but carefully sized up the changing pond water. That sheepskin map is just as I guessed. It is definitely an immortal material that has been processed and cannot be seen on the surface. After soaking in this pond water, it immediately reacted. I found it strange. The oasis this tribe lives in is too small. Now it seems that someone has tampered with it long ago, turning it into a Gu refinement ground. In Western Desert, ordinary oases would not be small. Or rather, oases that could exist for a long time were large in scale, having at least a lake. A small oasis like this pond was like a meteor in the night sky, appearing dazed for a while before being buried by the desert sandstorm. Young Thieving Heaven's tribe was able to rely on this small oasis to survive. It showed that this oasis had existed for many years. Even with the protection of Gu Masters, mortals could not resist heavenly might for a long time. Thus, there was definitely something strange about this small oasis existing for so long. Are you going to speak or not? I will strangle you to death. The rank 3 Gu Master's eyes were spewing fire. He was extremely angry. The water temperature continued to rise, reaching an unbearable level for ordinary people. The rank 3 Gu Master grabbed Fang Yuan's neck and floated out of the water, jumping onto the shore. He is here. Is it this little thief? Wild ambition. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? On the shore, the tribe's higher-ups, elders, rank 4 tribe leader, and even the crippled old tribe leader were already gathered. Fang Yuan's body was drenched. He was restrained the moment he got ashore and interrogated. He had no ability to resist or struggle. Fang Yuan could only cough. He had nothing to say. The pond water is boiling. It is emitting a red light. At this time, someone cried out. The higher-ups of the clan were all nervous, and some of them even had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. This pond contained spirit spring water that produced yuan stone, and it was the foundation for a tribe to survive in the desert. If it was destroyed, it would simply be a calamity that would annihilate the tribe. In the span of a few breaths, the red light penetrated through the pond water and shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the sky above the oasis red. It could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The higher-ups of the tribe were all caught unprepared. They didn't know the reason, so how could they stop this? The patriarch's face was full of malevolence. Just as he was about to interrogate Fang Yuan again, he was suddenly stopped by someone. It was the old clan leader. The old chief's legs were already gone, a wound from the battlefield. His upper body floated as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. He let out a deep sigh and earnestly advised, "Child, I'm afraid you've been bewitched by someone. If the tribe has wronged you in any way, this old man apologizes to you. Whatever compensation you want, I'll take it. This is no small matter. It concerns the lives of thousands of our people. Tell everyone what you know. If there's an accident, the survival of hundreds of families will be at stake." Fang Yuan sneered. He was outside the cave now and was no longer protected. Xiao would definitely know everything. If he didn't speak, the tribe's higher-ups would still interrogate him. There would be time to drag on. If he spoke, Xiao might immediately activate his methods and kill him. If young thieving Heaven's body died, Fang Yuan's exploration would definitely fail. Choosing the lesser of two evils. How could Fang Yuan say anything? Damn bastard! How did my tribe give birth to a vile spawn like you? Fang Yuan's attitude immediately angered the tribe leader. He directly kicked Fang Yuan to the ground. Fang Yuan sneered, "Just kill me. If you kill me, you won't know anything." "You." The tribe leader stared with wide eyes, his movements momentarily frozen. "Gagaga. Good. Good grandson. Grandpa likes to see your temper erupt." Zhao's maniacal laughter resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. No matter. At this time, the old tribe leader stopped the current tribe leader. He looked at Fang Yuan. His originally kind and sorrowful expression had completely disappeared, replaced by a cold and cruel expression. He ordered his subordinates in a low voice, "This child is obstinate. Use soul-searching methods. Even if his soul is destroyed, he can't blame anyone else." At this time, the old man revealed his true face as a leader. Yes. Immediately, a rank 3 tribe elder stepped forward and grabbed Fang Yuan's head, unhesitatingly using soul-searching methods. Intense pain transmitted over. Fang Yuan could not help but tremble in pain. His pupils shrunk. At this moment, the dream realm activated and began to wear down his soul at a terrifying rate. Fang Yuan's soul foundation directly decreased by 10 million. He originally had 150 million man-souls, but now it rapidly decreased 140 million, 130 million, 120 million in just a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's soul foundation actually fell to 90 million, directly below 100 million. Even Fang Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power displayed by this dream realm was truly too fierce. Fortunately, he had a deep foundation. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary rank 8 existence, they might fall into the crisis of death. Fortunately, at 90 million man-soul, the dream realm's soul were stopped. This was because the pond had a change it had broken through again. Dazzling red light shot out, completely evaporating the spirit water in the pond. The huge red light formed a pillar of light that soared into the sky, as if it could prop up heaven and earth. The sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky. The earth shook, as if a prehistoric giant beast was awakening underground. Heaven chi is surging. Earth chi is growing. This is the phenomenon of an immortal goo forming. I wonder who arranged this. This is quite a big move. Fang Yuan was also shocked. The other mortal goo masters were even more shocked, forgetting to deal with young, thieving heaven for a moment. Old Ginger was spicier. The former tribe leader immediately made a decision. Retreat! Don't bring anything. We need to escape with our lives first. Before he finished speaking, he flew out. Even without legs, he ran faster than anyone else. The other Gu-masters cried out in shock as they followed. Only Fang Yuan was left in the pond. Soon, Fang Yuan lost control and became a bystander again. Young Thieving Heaven sat on the ground with a horrified expression. Tears of extreme regret flowed down his face. What happened to me? What the hell happened to me? How could I do such a thing? I am worse than a beast. Slap, slap, slap. Young Thieving Heaven waved his hand and slapped himself many times. How can I be such a person? Sob, sob, sob. His face turned red and swollen. Looking at his red hands, he started crying. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, red light burst out. In the blink of an eye, the bewitching red light covered the surrounding thousands of li, illuminating all the dumbstruck clansmen or those who were fleeing for their lives. Then the red light suddenly shrunk, like thousands of sharp arrows that had been shot out. They returned to the bow as if time had reversed. Such a strange scene made young Thieving Heaven dumbstruck. How can this be? In the blink of an eye, the red light's transformation ended. However, those who were illuminated by the red light, be they mortals or Gu-masters, were shocked to find that they had become extremely old. Next, they breathed their last and fell to the ground, dead. Young Thieving Heaven was no exception. He turned from a youngster into a wrinkled old man with white hair. Die. Death is the end of all troubles. Young Thieving Heaven closed his eyes and waited for death. But Sha Zhao's voice resounded in his ears. Ha ha ha, you want to die? You are the owner of Steel Life, Immortal Gu. How can you die? Demon, what do you mean? Young Thieving Heaven shouted inwardly. Right at this time, the red light condensed into a scarlet bee that flew towards him. Young Thieving Heaven immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He already had the most intimate connection with this bee. He involuntarily stretched out his hand, and when the bee landed in his hand, the lifespan that was taken away returned to him. Young Thieving Heaven returned to his youth again. Sha Shao laughed sinisterly. My good grandson, this rank 6 Immortal Gu is Grandpa's gift to you. Take it and roam the world. This world is very big, and you are too insignificant. If you really want to return home, you should grab this opportunity. Immortal Gu, who are you? What do you want? Young Thieving Heaven obtained the Immortal Gu, but he did not show any joy. Instead, he broke out in cold sweat. Sha Zhao's voice, however, gradually faded. When the time is right, you will naturally know. At this point, the third scene of the dream realm ended. Fang Yuan returned to reality, his soul returning to his body. Chapter 1522. Theft Path, Great Grandmaster Attainment Level. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, showing a complex expression. Finally, one day, his path attainment level reached this level. But what he did not expect was that it was not blood path, strength path, wisdom path, or time path, but theft path. In theft path, Fang Yuan was like a blank piece of paper. But because of this thieving heaven dream realm, he rose rapidly and caught up, becoming the number 1 path in many paths. This showed how extraordinary dream realms were. They could allow Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to greatly shorten their accumulation time. This was also the main reason for the 5 regions' chaotic war. Because too many people benefited from exploring dream realms, their attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their need for cultivation resources, status, and so on to multiply. Their own desires also increased. Of course, dream realms were not so easy to explore. Even though Fang Yuan had such achievements, the price he paid was huge. Even some rank 8 Gu Immortals could not match it. Great Grandmaster Attainment Level. Fang Yuan's current attainment level was the limit of the 5 regions. With this attainment level, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of all theft path profundities in the world. Even if he was confused by external factors, he only needed to think about it and he could understand it. If he wanted to go further, above theft path, Great Grandmaster was Supreme Grandmaster. This was difficult. It meant that Feng Yuan had to surpass Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's achievements. Thinking of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Feng Yuan sighed deeply. Even though dream realms were illusory, these realistic dream realms originated from history. Feng Yuan had helped Thieving Heaven many times, allowing the dream realms to continue developing. But Thieving Heaven's nature was like this. It was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. In the real history, what was it that made young Thieving Heaven grow into a demon venerable? Feng Yuan felt that Sha Shao was the key. After reaching Theft Path, Great Grandmaster attainment level, the rest of Thieving Heaven's dream realms lost their value to Feng Yuan. But there was no need for Feng Yuan to say this out loud. It is a pity. Feng Yuan said goodbye to Tang Fengming, saying in a regretful tone, "Something urgent happened. I need to leave and deal with it. I will leave Thieving Heaven's dream realm for the next time." Tang Fengming asked fervently, "I wonder if there's anything that the Tang family and I can help with." Tang Fengming was not a kind-hearted person, but according to the alliance between the Tang family and Feng Yuan, the more the party contributed, the more they would receive in return. Tang Fengming had already tasted great benefits from Feng Yuan's guidance, and now he was scrambling like a flock of ducks. Seeing Tang Fengming's attitude, Feng Yuan secretly nodded in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted to achieve. As long as Feng Yuan continued to operate and support the Tang family, they would definitely be a huge obstacle for the Celestial Court in the future 5 regions chaotic war. "Forget it. I can handle this myself." Feng Yuan shook his head. His refusal caused Tang Fengming's eyes to dim. He was extremely disappointed. But soon, Feng Yuan took out an information path, Mortal Goo, and handed it to Tang Fengming. Could this be? Tang Fengming sensed something and became excited. He quickly held this information path, Mortal Goo, with both hands. "This goo worm contains some of my shallow understanding towards dream realms. I hope it can be of some help to you." Feng Yuan smiled as he set off. Tang Fengming's praises could be heard behind him. What you take first, you must give first. This was an irrefutable truth. Only with such a grand plan could one compete with the Celestial Court. But my grand plan cannot compare to the Celestial Court. After getting far away, Feng Yuan looked in the direction of Central Continent, sighing deeply. The Celestial Court was strong not only because of their strength, but also because of their strategy and foresight. With Fate Goo, the Celestial Court had a huge advantage in terms of strategy. Feng Yuan's current strategy was based on Spectral Soul. It was already very outstanding, but compared to the Celestial Court, it was at a complete disadvantage. As long as Fate Goo was repaired, the Celestial Court would be invincible in the 5 regions chaotic war. If Duke Long was allowed to nurture Great Dream Immortal Venerable, they would become the victor of the era and reign supreme over the 5 regions. This strategy was stable and had almost no flaws. The only flaw was the otherworldly demon, because otherworldly demons were not bound by fate. The complete otherworldly demon was Feng Yuan, and the half-otherworldly demon was Zhao Lianyun. He was already controlled by the Celestial Court. He had become a lackey and was making things difficult for Feng Yuan. It could be said that Feng Yuan was the greatest hope to resist the Celestial Court. But even Feng Yuan himself did not know where to go. If I go alone, even if I gather Shadow Sect, Lanya Sect, Tang Clan, and others, I will not be the Celestial Court's match. The only possibility is Red Lotus True Inheritance. But it is not time to take this Demon Venerable's true inheritance yet. Earlier, Feng Yuan went to the River of Time because he knew about the arrangements of Shadow Sect. He had confidence. If he went to explore now, he would be in the dark. He would not know what would happen. Without the help of the stone Lotus Island, Feng Yuan would likely fall into the Celestial Court's ambush and lose his life. In this situation, Feng Yuan could only be cautious and not rash. I need to increase my strength by all means and roam the river of time alone as soon as possible, to see if I can obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. This was Feng Yuan's current strategy. To increase his strength, Feng Yuan first thought of those immortal apertures in City Well. But these immortal apertures could not be opened again. Even though Feng Yuan had a way, it was complicated and costly. It was far better to find the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Feng Yuan lost the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle in southern border, but it was not a big deal. Before this, Feng Yuan had planned ahead and connected his luck with the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Both of them had a luck connection. Right now, Feng Yuan only needed to use luck path sensation to vaguely sense the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle's location. If he followed the clues, he would definitely find the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. However, I am not in a hurry to go to southern border now. The immortal aperture is in City Well. It cannot run away in the short term. Feng Yuan's plan was to cultivate in Green Ghost Desert for some time. Earlier, I saved Feng Yin and Feng Lung. I got in contact with Feng Clan. A super force like Feng Clan will definitely investigate and test me. Unfortunately, I have been concealing my tracks and sneaking back to explore Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Feng Clan will not be able to find anything. It is about time now. Feng Clan is likely to send an envoy to contact me. Feng Yuan was very familiar with the Righteous Path's actions, because Feng Yuan saved Feng Clan's Gu Immortals. If Feng Clan did not thank him, they would be ungrateful. This would be criticized by the Righteous Path's public opinion. To put it more selfishly, if Feng Clan did not repay his kindness in the future, when Feng Clan's Gu Immortals were in danger, who would help them? Thus, even if Feng Clan did not give much substantial rewards, they still had to put on a show. This was the Righteous Path's game method. Besides this, there was an even more important point. That was the strength Feng Yuan displayed. It made people fearful. He controlled so many soul beasts and was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Even Feng Clan would not dare to underestimate him if he developed in Green Ghost Desert. Feng Clan's territory was close to Green Ghost Desert. Feng Yuan was their neighbor. How could Feng Clan not pay attention to such a person? How could they not come to contact him? If they had a good relationship with him, Feng Clan might even spend a lot of effort to rope in Feng Yuan. Of course, this was all based on the premise that Feng Yuan's true identity was not exposed. If Feng Clan knew this was Feng Yuan, they would not come to contact Feng Yuan, not to mention rope him in. Feng Yuan's plan was to disguise his identity and get on good terms with Feng Clan. It would be convenient for him to make arrangements in Green Ghost Desert and turn this place into a soul core hunting ground. This would have a huge impact on Feng Yuan's soul path cultivation. Several days later, in Green Ghost Desert, the Soul Beast Army was moving majestically. Feng Yuan was sitting on the back of the ancient soul beast at the center, leisurely. He was experimenting with all sorts of theft path goo worms. For example, Rank 5 Sneak Attack Goo. Feng Yuan willed and activated it. Immediately, hundreds of blue baby shadows jumped out from his surroundings. These child shadows were not only faster, they were also very vague. If one was not careful, they could not be seen. At once, hundreds of blue baby shadows moved around Feng Yuan. They were lively. Some moved between the legs of the soul beast agilely. Some jumped on the back of the soul beast, playing with each other. They moved without any sound. In this gloomy desert, it was a strange and terrifying scene. Feng Yuan was now a theft path great grandmaster. He could deduce rank 5 sneak attack goo with just a thought. In fact, Feng Yuan already had the rank 6 sneak attack goo recipe. He did not need the light of wisdom's help. He could do it easily. Other than sneak attack goo, Fong Yuan also thought of many other theft path recipes. Fong Yuan's theft path attainment was already at the peak of the world. This was a wonderful feeling. It was not an inspiration. It was as if he had this ability to begin with. Every time Fong Yuan thought of theft path recipes, he was excavating this ability and verifying it. Over the last few days, Fong Yuan thought of a large number of theft path recipes. He gave them to Langya's sect to refine. Land spirit of Langya showed great interest in this. Fong Yuan obtained a large number of rank 5 theft path mortal gu. As far as gu immortals were concerned, among mortal gu, only rank 5 gu were somewhat useful. Other than these theft path mortal gu, Fong Yuan also slaughtered soul beasts and hunted them, raising his soul foundation back to 100 million man soul level. Not just that, he used this chance to add these theft path mortal gu to his killer moves. He made great progress. Just as Fong Yuan was about to close his eyes and modify his killer moves, an immortal gu house flew out of the dark clouds, flying towards him. Fong Yuan looked up. This immortal gu house was not huge. It was exquisite, like a small house in the forest. But this house was not ordinary. It gave off the complex aura of a rank 7 immortal gu. It was a rank 7 immortal gu house. It looked like it was made of wood. On the surface of the house, there were countless colorful flowers growing. They were dazzling. This is Fong Clan's immortal gu house, Fallen Flower Hall. Fong Yuan smiled to himself. As he expected, Fong Clan came to talk to him. Chapter 1523. As Fallen Flower Hall floated down, flower petals fell from the sky. The petals were like rain. They had all sorts of colors. The fragrance of flowers was intense, assaulting one's nose. And most importantly, when these flower petals landed on the sand, they vanished like water droplets falling into a lake. Next, the sand turned into soil in a few breaths of time. Green sprouts grew out of the soil. They turned into flower buds and bloomed in the blink of an eye. When Fallen Flower Hall landed on the desert, it was no longer green, ghost desert. It was a sea of flowers that were blooming. Fong Yuan restrained the soul beast army. He stopped and watched quietly. The door of Fallen Flower Hall opened. 3 gu immortals walked out. The one at the front was Fong Clan's rank 7 Fong Enlei. She had an ordinary appearance and was slightly plump, but her smile was warm. She gave off a strong feeling of friendliness. Fong Yuan had already investigated. He knew that this woman was a frequent envoy of Fong Clan. She interacted with various forces and experts. She had rich experience. Beside Fong Enlei were 2 rank 6 gu immortals. They were familiar faces. The one on the left had a handsome face. His eyes were bright like stars. He was lively and lively. It was Fong Yin. The one on the right had a calm expression. He had a calm demeanor. He was Fong Clan's rising star, Fong Lung. Fong Enlei greets you. Fong Yin, Fong Lung. Thanks, Senior, for saving us. The 3 gu immortals took a few steps forward and bowed to Fong Yuan. They were very polite. Fong Yuan sat among the soul beast army. He had a solemn expression and was expressionless. The ferocious soul beasts had terrifying forms. They were silent, but they were filled with killing intent. Compared to Fong Clan's side, they were lively and friendly. They were like 2 extremes of yin and yang. Fong Yuan nodded. He said coldly, I said I saved you because I wanted to. I did not ask for anything in return. But I know a thing or two about your righteous path's thoughts. You are very understanding. I am representing Fong Clan not only to thank you, I also want to cooperate with you. Fong Enlei smiled. Oh, cooperation? Fong Yuan was slightly surprised. Fong Enlei took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Fragrant tea has been prepared in the guest house. Please come in and have a chat. Immortal gu houses were usually strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. There were a few that were strong on the inside, but weak on the outside, like Hay Tribe's former immortal gu house dark prison. Fallen Flower Hall was obviously the former. Fong and Lei invited Fong Yuan in, showing her sincerity. But even if there were traps in the Fallen Flower Hall, Fong Yuan was not afraid of anything with his current cultivation. All right. Fong Yuan nodded. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and kept the Soul Beast army. He entered Fallen Flower Hall with his hands behind his back. The interior of the Fallen Flower Hall was decorated with all kinds of miscellaneous items. In the center of the hall, there was a round wooden table with tea on it. Fong and Lei invited Fong Yuan to sit down before sitting down. Please have a taste. This is my clan's 7-mile fragrant tea. Fong and Lei smiled. Fong Yuan looked over and nodded. The tea in this cup was like clear water, but when he drank it, it felt warm. But the taste was the same. It was like drinking warm water. 7-mile fragrant tea was Fong Clan's signature tea. It was not so simple. Its true effect was that after drinking it, the person who drank it would emit tea fragrance from their mouth to their entire body. If one drank 7 cups, the fragrance would spread for 7 days and nights. The fragrance would spread for 7 li. But if one drank more, it would only reach this level. Thus it was called 7-mile fragrant tea. Fong Yuan had heard of it in his previous life, but this was the first time he had personally experienced this tea. However, he only took a small sip before stopping. He asked directly, "What is your clan's plan? Please tell me." Fong and Lei heard Fong Yuan's cold tone and thought, "This person is the same as Fong Yun and Fong Lung. He is proud and arrogant, even when talking to superforces. He speaks to them as equals." Fong and Lei was not annoyed. She had seen many experts. Some had strange tempers. Some were bloodthirsty. Fong Yuan was considered normal. Her smile widened as she spoke clearly about the cooperation between Fong Clan and Fong Yuan. "You want me to collect impermanent stones." Fong Yuan tapped the table, thinking about the cooperation. Impermanent stones were rank 6 immortal materials. Green Ghost Desert did have them, and there were quite a lot of them. These stones were half black and half white. They could only form in places of constant battles. Thus, places with impermanent stones were basically places where living beings died. Evidently, these places were dangerous places. However, dangerous places were nothing to the current Fong Yuan. "I have a Soul Beast army. I have peak rank 7 battle strength. Collecting these impermanent stones is a simple matter. The only problem is that these impermanent stones are scattered. To collect enough, I need to go back and forth. It will take some time." Fong Yuan thought to himself. This cooperation mission to Fong Yuan was actually something he did in passing. He needed to hunt for soul cores. He had to run around. It was normal for him to encounter impermanent stones. In fact, he had collected a small pile of impermanent stones, which he had casually accumulated in the Green Ghost Desert. Fong Yuan had to consider why Fong Clan wanted to cooperate. What was their true intention? Is it like what Fong and Lei said, impermanent stones are not common in jewel yellow skies. They're hard to buy, so they are asking me to do this. Or perhaps they want to use this to win me over, to spread the image of Fong Clan as a grateful person. The cooperation involved impermanent stones. Once Fong Yuan obtained them, he would get a rank 6 immortal goo as a reward. This was a huge reward. Immortal goo were unique. Fong Clan was giving them away. Even though Fong Yuan wanted to collect impermanent stones, if others knew about this, they would think that Fong Clan leader wanted to repay Fong Yuan for saving them. Fong Yuan was moved. Not just the rank 6 immortal goo's reward, but also Fong Yuan himself. He wanted to cooperate with Fong Clan. As long as he cooperated with Fong Clan and reached an agreement, his arrangements in Green Ghost Desert would be acknowledged by Fong Clan. But I feel that Fong Clan is plotting something. It is not so simple. Fong Yuan was still suspicious. Fong and Lei looked at Fong Yuan. Seeing that he was deep in thought, she felt more and more confident. The clan is putting in a lot of effort this time, giving out immortal goo directly. There is no need to worry about him not being moved. As long as we make an agreement, Swan Bujin can move around in green, ghost, desert on behalf of the clan. On the surface, he is collecting impermanent stones. But if we encounter Qing clan's inheritance, our accompanying Fong clan Gu immortals will know. Even if we encounter Old Ghost by June or other enemies, Swan Bujin will block them. If he knows about Qing clan's inheritance, due to the agreement, he cannot fight with us for it. Second Supreme Elder's plan is indeed very thorough. Thinking of this, Fong and Lei could not help but feel some admiration towards Fong Dichong. All right, I agree. Fong Yuan thought about it and agreed. Even though he had wisdom path attainment, he did not have enough information. He could not deduce Fong clan's true intentions. On the other hand, he had the intention to cooperate to begin with. Good. Swan Bujin is a straightforward person. It is a wise decision to cooperate with Fong clan. Fong and Lei laughed loudly. Next, let's talk about the details, But at this time, Fong and Lei paused. A strange expression appeared on her face. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside the house. To make Fong Yuan feel at ease, Fallen Flower Hall's door was not closed. This sound could be heard clearly. Fong Yun and Fong Leng's expressions changed. There are countless soul beasts attacking us from all directions and surrounding us. Fong and Lei said. Old Ghost by June made a move. He really subdued a few immemorial soul beasts this time. Immemorial soul beasts? Fong Yuan was slightly surprised. He still did not know that the rank 8 immortal Gu was soul beast token. Fong and Lei's eyes shined with eerie light. She thought about it and told this information to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was greatly moved. This soul beast token is clearly a rank 8 enslavement path immortal Gu. It is a great thing. It will be a huge help to my soul core hunting plan. The moment he thought of this, Fong Yuan had a feeling that he wanted to design a theft path killer move to steal this rank 8 immortal Gu. He suppressed this urge and said to Fong and Lei, Old Ghost by June saw the immortal Gu house and dared to attack. It seems he is very confident. Now, let's see your clan's immortal Gu house display its might. Fong and Lei choked. She wanted to see Fong Yuan attack. But Fong Yuan spoke in advance and stopped her. Earlier, you offended this person to save our clan's juniors. He came to take revenge. My clan will not shirk responsibility. We will punish this evil person. But if the battle goes south, we will need to ask for your help. After all, those soul beasts are immemorial level. Fong and Lei's words had a deeper meaning. She spoke very well. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.